I don't think Daniel was in that vehicle.
The private investigator working with the Robinson family suspects foul play is involved. He says there are too many unanswered questions raised by data recovered from the vehicle.
The vehicle had 11 additional miles on it from the time the airbags deployed. It had 46 additional ignition cycles on it after the airbags deployed.
Jeff McGrath also notes red paint transfer on the right side of the Jeep.
The vehicle was tipped over on the passenger side, so there's no red paint in this area. So how that got there, that's why I'm saying that vehicle did not crash here. That vehicle was, its last place of rest was here, but something was going on with that vehicle.
And we begin tonight with Daniel Robinson, a 24-year-old geologist living and working in Buckeye, Arizona. It is one of the westernmost suburbs of Phoenix. It's a low-lying desert valley, a resort spot that has quickly grown into a full-scale city. And it is where Daniel set off on a start for a job that he loved. He left work in Buckeye June 23rd. He has not been seen or heard from since. Puzzling clues, a crash scene that raises a lot of questions is what we know tonight. News Nation correspondent Nancy Liu is live in Buckeye for us, where she spent some time with Daniel's father. Nancy.
Marnie, it has been over 3 months since Daniel Robinson went missing. This is the area in Buckeye where his vehicle was found. This is remote. The terrain is extremely treacherous, and his family now wonders whether Daniel was really in that vehicle when it crashed here.
I have faith, and I really believe I'm going to have my son back alive.
David Robinson is on the biggest mission of his life. After serving 2 tours in the deserts of Afghanistan, the Army vet has no plans to leave the deserts of Arizona until he finds his 24-year-old son, Daniel.
Treat it like a mission. I keep saying it. I'm a professional soldier. I do my job and find my son. He's my son, I'm his father, and it's my job.
The job has been filled with frustration. Daniel is a geologist who works for a company analyzing sediments in the area for a well. He was last seen leaving the worksite in Buckeye on the morning of June 23rd. A month later, a rancher found Robinson's Jeep crashed in a ravine. His keys, wallet, and phone were in the SUV, but there was no sign of him.
And I think the first thing he would have done if he was in that vehicle is at least carry his phone with him. I couldn't imagine someone 24 years old won't be attached to his phone.
I'm leaning more towards, I don't think Daniel was in that vehicle.
The private investigator working with the Robinson family suspects foul play is involved. He says there are too many unanswered questions raised by data recovered from the vehicle.
The vehicle had 11 additional miles on it from the time the airbags deployed. It had 46 additional ignition cycles on it after the airbags deployed.
Jeff McGrath also notes red paint transfer on the right side of the Jeep.
The vehicle was tipped over on the passenger side, so there's no red paint in this area. So how that got there, that's why I'm saying that vehicle did not crash here. That vehicle was, its last place of rest was here, but something was going on with that vehicle.
The Buckeye Police Department refused an interview request, but provided its report in which coworkers said Daniel made odd comments about needing rest before he left the job site that morning. His father describes Daniel as always friendly and well-adjusted since his birth without a right hand.
He don't wear prosthetics, you know he was born without a hand, and he don't wear prosthetics. His mom tried to get him to wear it. No, Mom, I want to, be who I am. And so that's just Daniel. He was living his dream. He became interested in geology when his first year in college, his freshman year. He took a class, and that just set it off,
Just like the Gabby Petito case, internet sleuths are also at work on this one.
Just seeing the way the car was, the Jeep was, and the evidence, to me, it actually does support foul play.
Brian Watts hosts a mystery and adventure show on YouTube. A recent episode featured Daniel's disappearance.
After I then got lots of
comments from people in and around that area that said, yeah, there's crime, carjackings that happen all the time, and it's bad. It's something that they're aware of.
The search for Daniel forges on, and this man on a mission will remain in Arizona until there are answers.
I don't know what to think anymore. Just gonna keep watching and keep on searching.
And Robinson has been searching on his own practically every day for over 3 months and organizing volunteer searches on the weekend. In fact, a major volunteer search is planned for this weekend with an army of over 1,000 people.
According to Google, the chance of becoming a victim of either violent or property crime in Buckeye is 1 in 58. Based on FBI crime data, Buckeye is not one of the safest communities in America. Relative to Arizona, Buckeye has a crime rate that is higher than 45% of the state's cities and towns of all sizes. Now, based on this information, and what we just heard from the private investigator, come on. The engine started again, 46, 47 times after the crash? The car went 11 miles further after the airbags deployed. Something's up, and we got to figure it out. Let's find Daniel Robinson. Sleuths, email me whatever you got. Figure out what's going on in Buckeye.
Treat it like a mission. I keep saying it. I'm a professional soldier. I do my job and find my son. He's my son. I'm his father, and it's my job.
Heroism doesn't always happen in a burst of glory. Sometimes small triumphs and large hearts change the course of history. The petition reads, "My name is David Robinson, and I am the father of geologist Daniel Robinson, who has been missing in Buckeye, Arizona since June 23, 2021. From the first day that I arrived in Phoenix, Arizona, I have done more to find my son than the law enforcement agency whose jurisdictional authority covers where he was last seen and where his vehicle was recovered. The Buckeye PD investigation has not gathered any evidence of their own. They are unwilling to move beyond their theory, which leads to non-action on their part. This petition is another step in holding the Buckeye Police Department accountable to make sure this case is taken seriously. We have done a total of 7 searches at the time of this petition that have recovered the remains of about 6 people, hopefully bringing closure to other families. My public searches are coming to their completion, and the Buckeye Police Department has a responsibility to continue. This petition will ensure that this happens. My family has a high interest in the outcome of this investigation, seeing that everything that needs to be done is done to bring my son, her son, their brother, their nephew, their grandchild, and their cousin home. Since most of my family cannot be here to talk directly to the Buckeye Police Department, this petition gives them the ability to have their voices heard. Daniel's family will feel empowered knowing that they have the community support and an agreed upon desire to see that everything is being done to find Daniel. So far in 2021, Arizona has 915 people missing. Arizona ranks number 4 in the country with the most people missing each year. Organizations like Name Us, who rely on public input, have about 1,300 unidentified persons. This is without knowing the total number by the FBI's National Crime Information Center. Missing persons is a growing problem for Arizonians. The other problem is knowing that many families never get closure and feel that they didn't get an urgent response from the law enforcement office with jurisdiction of their cases. It appears that the Buckeye Police Department lacks the training to effectively conduct searches for missing persons. Hopefully, this petition can start the process of having funds reallocated to programs that focus solely on missing persons, missing and exploited children, and identifying remains found in the desert. Arizona is among unique places with natural conditions that wreak havoc on the remains of a human's body. If a missing person finds themselves in a desert situation, their rescue must be swift. Unfortunately, the police officers are not equipped, nor are they appropriately trained in rescuing and recovering a missing person. This petition is needed so that the community can move towards a solid resolution to the growing problem found in the state of Arizona. We would like to have Daniel's investigation changed from a missing person to a criminal investigation. This change in investigation status will allow the Buckeye Police Department to use the evidence obtained to seek warrants. Daniel went missing from his job site on June 23, 2021, and his Jeep Renegade was found about 2 miles from his said job site on July 20th, 2021. Since my son was reported missing, the Buckeye Police Department has done very little. Before the vehicle was found, they did 2 confirmed searches that included the area where my son was last seen and where my son's vehicle would have been discovered in the future. Those 2 searches resulted in no findings of any kind. Since then, the public searches that I created have recovered about 6 human remains in the same areas that the Buckeye Police Department said they thoroughly searched for my son. With the coordination of my private investigator, my searches later recovered evidence that backs up the data taken from the vehicle's black box. The problem is, the Buckeye detectives told me that the data showed that my son was driving in excess of 30 miles an hour at the point of impact, and all the airbags deployed because of the rollover. However, when my investigator read the exact information provided by the Buckeye PD, he found that the vehicle was traveling under 30 miles per hour. In addition, he found that the car was also cranked in excess of 40 times after the initial impact that caused the deployment of the airbags. The vehicle was driven over 7 miles after the initial crash and airbag deployment. The damage on the Jeep was not consistent with where the vehicle was found, nor did it match the terrain of the desert where it was found. Unfortunately, the Buckeye detectives did not know how to read their own pooled data, or they were intentionally trying to mislead me. The shortcomings of the Buckeye Police Department have been plentiful. Unfortunately, I have found that they have lied or approached the investigation in a nonchalant manner on several occasions. The evidence is clear that this should be changed to a criminal investigation because my private investigator found that my son's vehicle was staged and that a possible crime had occurred. To date, there have been no warrants sought for my son. The Buckeye Police Department refuses to change its theory and wants to continue in a missing person direction. Based on the evidence, this is unacceptable, and the Buckeye Police Department must be held accountable. Heroism doesn't always happen in a burst of glory. Sometimes small triumphs and large hearts change the course of history. justice for Daniel Robinson. Please sign and share this petition. Thank you.
Hey now.
Hey.
Is you with me? John Q, is you with me?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing. We in effect.
That's good. That's
It'll be
good.
about 15 minutes for me to just make sure everybody was, abreast of the case and everything. I see you back there, David. I just didn't want to bring you on without an introduction. And Mr. John Q is the man of introductions. So take it from here.
Oh, okay. Well,
That's you.
welcome everyone in the chat for a special Q Squared Live.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see everybody here. Let's see who we got up in here. Obsidian is up in here. Renegade Patriot, Cat Eyes, Glorious Stump,
Yay.
T. Sophia.
The gang's here.
Let's
Hit the
see.
share button, y'all. Hit the share button. Get Daniel some love up in here.
Yes. Miss Unu is here.
You knew.
Miss Leslie B is up in here. We got a number of people in blue holding it down.
Beautiful. Yes. And drop those hearts. Yes. Thank you. You knew. Blue hearts for Daniel. Blue heart for Daniel. Thank you, Gloria.
Absolutely. Well, it's good to know that we can be here tonight for a special live. We're covering the Daniel Robinson case, 24-year-old that went missing in Buckeye, Arizona.
Buckeye,
I call them Buckeye. They got Buckeyes out there.
That's right, because they ugly. That's why they ugly.
Yeah, and definitely can't see. Yeah.
And they can't see, exactly.
So we are very privileged and blessed to have with us tonight Mr. David Robinson, Daniel's father, to share with us and to speak with us in regards to his experience looking for Daniel since June 26th.
23rd. Since he found out. Yeah.
Last year, up until the very present day. He joins us now from Arizona, where he has an apartment. And Mr. Robinson, welcome.
Thank you for having me on.
Yes, good to see you again.
Always a pleasure. Y'all, let me get the fur baby quiet. He knew you were coming, David. She knew you were coming. She just started. I'll be right back, y'all.
I got rid of mine.
Oh, no.
Not rid of. I still got him. He's back at home. That's all. Somebody babysitting him for me.
Oh, good. Okay, good. I'll be right back, y'all.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was really hard for him not having grass. The apartment is a little different. He can run around the yard back at home.
Definitely. So how's your evening so far?
It's okay. It's going well. A lot of course, you got to stay busy when you're searching for your son. You find all kinds of things to accomplish that goal. So just setting things up for tomorrow and so on and so on. I have a possibility of bringing up a new search that I'm working on right now, based on some things that I found out or my own studies, you could say, on this case. So working on those things and getting logistics parts ready, and tomorrow I'll be doing some recon of the area and kind of see where I can put the volunteers and things like that.
Right. Now, I did a live just yesterday on my channel covering a lot of the information pertaining to the case, those that are, brand new coming onto this case, trying to give them a lot of what we've been able to cover. And there were a couple of deep questions that were asked during the live, and everyone loves to ask me questions while I'm unfolding the live. And I always say, wait till the end, and then maybe we can get to it, you know?
Right.
But we were able to cover some good information. I was able to go over the investigation timeline and was able to give an assessment based upon what the Buckeye Police Department published on their website as a timeline for everything that had occurred. And I found a few strange things that bother me, and we'll get into that as we unfold the conversation. But it's definitely good to see you. It's always a pleasure to talk with you. And tonight, I know that we're going to be here with Miss Q sharing a lot of the case as well as how you're doing, how the family is doing, and what their hopes and prayers are for us to all together find Daniel finally.
That's right.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely.
That fur baby quiet. Oh my God. What y'all talking about? So I'm gonna give a disclaimer. My camera's gonna be on and off tonight. I said I'm gonna be doing something real special now. Mr. Robinson's on the channel, So I said let me turn it on, but I'm gonna be turning it off at times because I have things to do. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So don't, just know I'm here when I'm not here, but I'm trying to be with you tonight.
Thank you. Yes.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely. We got that. So right now is one of those times where I got that thing to do. I got a prescription, so don't worry about it, but I'll be back. Okay.
Okay.
I'm still here. I just can't put y'all in all my business,
Yeah, you got to save some of that business for behind the scene business.
Hey,
right?
you know what I'm saying? Exactly.
Okay.
Leanne, I did not get a new camera. What I did was I didn't realize I didn't have the HD quality of StreamYard. I was paying $25, but I was doing something, but it's a little bit for the good stuff. So I upgraded around New Year's. Yeah, we got to have high quality to show videos. What? Come on.
Yes, that is extremely important,
Yes.
and once you get the upgrade, it does give you a whole lot more features and options to work with. Thank goodness.
Yeah, that's why you kept saying this and that. And I said, how is John doing that? What is going on? Now I know I wasn't on the right program. I always would compliment how much crispier, your quality was too. I did not know. I didn't know. I spent $1. I got $2 or $3, David. I'm not rich, but I'll invest in myself.
You have to.
You do have to. You do. You know what I want to know? Being a military woman myself, tell me more about your job when you were in the service, and what branch was it, if you don't mind?
Yes, it's Army, regular Army.
Okay.
My job was an 88 Mike, which is a truck driver. Believe it or not, I never driven a truck in the military, except for training. And I was attached to an engineer unit, combat engineer, 36 engineers out of Fort Hood, Texas. So my job was to pretty much aid the engineers. Once we deployed and things like that, of course, 88 Mikes, they use us as they will. we wasn't part of the engineer group, but we're with the engineers. So, of course, we became things like gunners and depending on your skills and things like that. But that's pretty much it.
Around.
Yes.
Well, that's the military anyway. They move.
That's
I
right.
was like that in the administrative field. You go where you need it. That's what you do.
And I tell people all the time, especially young folks that want to join the military, they say things like, "Oh, I want to go so I can go to school," or "Oh, I want to go because I want to do this." The military will put you where they want you. They pretty much choose who they want to go to school, and also just because you go, let's say you want to be a cook, next thing you know, you're behind a gun truck, or you're cross-training to do something else. So wherever they need you at, the first priority though is that you are a soldier. So that's the main priority. You know, that's what we call it basic training, because you're definitely a soldier first before anything else.
That's facts right there. David, in the Air Force, I was, which I don't know what they call it in the Army, but y'all got boot camp, you know, we call it basic training. I don't know if they switched it, but we call it dorm chief, which I was, which was like the teacher in a classroom, right? When the teacher's not there, the student is looking after things or whatever. And I spent so much time just trying to make sure that all those young ladies who were just like me, I mean, I came in fresh out of high school, 3 good months after I graduated, so straight from home. But my home life was different than a lot of people, and I was a lot more independent than a lot of those young girls at 18. And I had to make sure they understood, I don't care what your job is in the military, you came to fight a war. Just keep that in your mind somewhere, right? Because you don't ever know when you're going to be on the battlefield. Look at those kids that all had to deal with Afghanistan. I mean, immediately after they graduated, there they are. So that's a big thing to know. No matter what your job is in the service, you're a soldier.
That's right.
That's it. Yep. Real talk. John, get in on this conversation. We just chopping it up.
I just know that things get better when the Air Force shows up, so I can't say that part.
So wait. Say it again.
Well, things get better when the Air Force shows up. For instance, you're in Afghanistan. You know, we're living in tents, and I remember on this farm we were on building. We had to build this thing called K-huts. It's made out of wood, and they had the AC units in it. Was really excited, like, oh my gosh, we're building ourselves something nice. And then we later found out it's for the Air Force that was coming on our farm. We had to still live in a tent. So, and that's just Air Force. When they show up, things get nicer, you know, and they have to have certain things that we know. We're rugged, and the Air Force is not.
Very
so,
true. Very true.
Pretty much get some of those kind of treatments and things like that. So,
yeah, well, definitely. I was about to say, definitely, you know, when you have the Air Force with you, they can clear the ground. They can clear the ground nice and clean for you, and then you can, you know, have good ground movement with no issues, you know.
That's right. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yes.
That's exactly that's what I'm saying. Everybody plays a part. It's one big family. Like the people that go at it, I never understood that. Like I love all the services. We all play a part. You need that. You need those ground forces. You need those aerial forces. You need them on the water out there in the Navy. You need all that.
Right. Mm-hmm. That's right. Yes. Very much so.
Absolutely. So, as far as
she again, I'll be right back.
Yeah, she back there singing. She back there singing. So, as far as I guess you know what you've been able to learn that you can share with us tonight, is there anything new coming into the week that you've been able to learn that you can share with us so far?
Well, some things I do have coming, but it definitely won't be able to share just yet because, like I said, I was doing some recon of some things tomorrow, some things that I put together and found out I need to check, for instance. Okay. And I definitely don't want to put those places out yet until I have a chance to search it for myself and look myself first, and then I'll go from there.
Right. Okay. There were a couple of questions in my live that did pop up, and one of the questions was the cell phone towers, where the Buckeye Police Department did mention that they tried to ping a tower to see if they could locate Daniel on his phone. But they never indicate on the report what cell phone tower they pinged. So I would say this afternoon I was able to take a look at the T-Mobile cell phone towers in Buckeye, and I found them and noticed that in that particular area at the job site where Daniel was, there was only 2 towers that was in the vicinity. and one is the White Tank Mountains that was far east in the mountainous regions, but more pointed towards Phoenix. And then there was another one northeast of where Daniel was, but this was going way, way, way back into Sun Valley Parkway. That was 11 miles in distance, and the number 11 came back up. Yeah. So it's just funny that they never indicated what tower they tried to ping in order to try to locate him.
Well, the problem I have with that is, first of all, that second tower you're saying northeast, most likely is pointing towards a city called Surprise. It's a little, not too far, a good 10 or 12 miles north of where Daniel was last seen.
Right.
The entrance of Sun Valley Parkway, entrance to that area. But one thing that's puzzled me when I read that in the report is, I read a lot of things in the report that wasn't. I'm the family, I was there in your face in those days. When I say in your face, I'm talking about Buckeye detectives.
Right.
And they tell us two different things. They tell the family, hey, we can't get cell phone pings. We're begging for those things. And to this day, we're still asking for them. And they told us that they're not able to get that because they can't get a warrant. My son's cell phone is T-Mobile Sprint. And we was asking for those things. Like I said, they said they couldn't get cell phone pings. They can't get that information from the cell phone companies because lack of a warrant. And they lack of a reason why they can't get a warrant because they're not making it a criminal. It had to be a criminal thing to be able to get a warrant. So it's like double talking to me, So I hear that in the report, but that never was relayed to us as a family. So that kind of puzzles me also.
Okay. Yeah, because that was one of the major concerns out of the report that I had that showed up in the chat. And I says, okay, well, we need to take a look at all of the cell phone tower coverage that's in Buckeye and then find out which one is the closest tower that they may have tried to ping his phone in order to get a location, and which in the report it said that they couldn't get a location, even though they tried to activate that tower. The other is
Uconnect.
The other is you're on it.
I have a lot to say about that too.
Yes. Yeah. Sure. Please share that with us if you can.
Well, that also came along with that the cell phone ping. We're not detectives, of course, but we're a family with smart people. One thing we do know is that my son had the Uconnect. At the time, I thought it was actually an OnStar. I was kept saying OnStar, and I was corrected that it was called a Uconnect, but it's just like OnStar. Initially, the Buckeye Police Department detectives told us they was able to get something from the OnStar, but it was all zero grids. In other words, they was able to get that information from Uconnect, representative, what he told me when they called in, they was able to get that stuff from Uconnect, but when they went to go pull that data, it came up all zeros on the, for some reason, they don't know why. They say that, and they told me that maybe they said the company itself saying out of the battery being disconnected or it was malfunctioning somehow, but the battery probably most likely been disconnected from the vehicle. That's the only way that happens. So that's what we heard initially, and then we later heard them say, well, we couldn't get no information from Uconnect at all because he didn't have a subscription or something like that. So I hear two different things. They'll say one thing to us as a family, then they'll put something different in the report.
Okay. Yeah, because I found that information, quite strange in the report, as well as the actual location. I took another look and was able to this afternoon to locate a corral that was south of where Daniel worked, and it's less than a quarter of a mile south of where Daniel worked. That was one of the first corrals that I saw, and I went down south again and came across another corral in that area. I kept going south and saw two barns down in the south of where Daniel's car was found, and then 2 more corrals just before we get to the landscaping in that mining area that we covered on the last live that we did.
Right.
And I was wondering whether anyone, in that area was ever questioned. Obviously it's not in the report for us to see it once again. So I'm very curious about that area because the rancher who found the car is hot on my list. And if there's any information that you can share with us about what you have learned about the rancher, that would definitely be helpful if there's any.
Well, anything about the rancher, I haven't even tried to look into his history or anything like that. I left that up to my investigator at the time. He spoke with his name is Brandon. He spoke with Brandon before. I spoke with Brandon also. Brandon gave us a statement, gave us information that he knew. He also gave me the most pictures that I have of that scene. I have more pictures from him than I do from Buckeye themselves. And, so that's the only thing I really know about the rancher. I actually don't know where he lived. Of course, I know his property, his areas out there. I know that he have cattle that runs through there. I know that he owned a cattle company, some kind of, meat processing company or something out of other. He told me that. So, but as in looking at his history or doing some digging into him, I have not. I don't have any clue about him.
Okay.
I think it's interesting that he had more pictures than Buckeye did.
Yes.
I mean, that's
He took a lot of pictures before they showed up. So yeah, I had to pretty much have that meeting before they only gave me one picture initially. That's the first picture that was put out in the public. I put it out there. And from that point, after I demanded I actually was to secure a meeting with Chief of Police, Chief Hall, and Chief Sanders, and the rest of the whole team and the detectives. That's when I demanded, because he kept using the word plurals in that meeting. I got a little uptight. He gave me one picture and kept using the word plural, pictures, and so then after I, pretty much was uptight about it, they decided to release those pictures to me. So that's what I have. Yeah, but like I said, it's still a lot fewer than what I got from the rancher.
So they had them. They had them, but they had only given you one, but they kept slipping up and saying pictures, and you figured out there must be more. Then they gave you the rest of them.
That's right.
Ooh, they on some bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it hurt my feelings when I realized that, hindsight looking back, here I am, a father, was looking out there in that desert for my son before that vehicle showed up. And I got that phone call on the 20th, over 24 hours when they found the vehicle was found. And then when I was called in there to get what he called was a briefing, he pulled out two maps and one picture, you know what I'm saying? And he worked that picture and tell me what happened to my son. He think happened to my son. And that was just it, you know what I'm saying? And he gave me that picture, that one picture. That's all I had to work by, There was no more pictures given to me at that point, So, that was bothersome looking back. The blessing is that I was tutored enough, just looking at that picture really hard, and didn't notice the markers that would normally be used if a person was investigating something. That literally tell you right there. When I have the argument to this day that Buckeye never did investigate my son's disappearance, those are the first indications. You just look at that first picture. There's no markers on the ground, or any picture that you have from Buckeye. They have any kind of markers on the ground indicating that they were doing an investigation. Not only that, everything they collected from that scene, they marked it as safe for safekeeping. And I found out later from my investigator, safekeeping means that they was expecting Danny to come back and get his things. So they didn't have an investigation. So whenever I hear them saying they're investigating, only because it's starting to make them look bad, the public can hear about that. That's what I call BS, because they knew they never had an investigation. That's why I'm out there as a father, conducting my own investigations, out there in the search. I even had Chief Hall recently just by me asking them to come out to the searches, accusing me of holding back evidence. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay,
Wow.
I don't work for you guys. I'm just a father. So whatever I collect for myself, first of all, I'm not holding anything back. I have a website that volunteers will tell you when they come out to my searches, you find anything, see anything, do not touch it. Take a picture with the through the link from the website, and all that stuff will go out. A copy go to myself, my investigator, and also the Buckeye Police Department. They all know that. So it's nothing ever held back from the Buckeye Police Department, but I don't have to even give them anything. They're the officers. I'm not. So, you know, I don't work for them. But, you know, that's not an investigation that they ever did.
That's crazy. Holding back evidence. Get your ass to.
Yeah, yes, they did definitely. He said it twice. I know the first letter that I sent to him, invited him out. He said it one time before. This time it got under my skin, so I had to respond to it. So I just respond to it today. You know, that's never no holding back evidence. They should be going out there to get their evidence. I'm finding bones with my searches. We find the bones and all kind of stuff out there, and they know about them. They the one come and collect them when we send them the information. So there's nothing there. I think it's just a tactic to try to, I guess, I almost want to think you're trying to find a way to arrest me or something. You know, instead of holding back on an investigation or whatever you want to try to do.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do that because you're saying it too many times. And I'm staying on top of it because, like I said, you know, this is my son missing, first of all. They never had an investigation. They even put it out on public that they exhausted all their leads. So they exhausted all their leads. They gave me all my son's things, his clothing, his vehicle, marked for safekeeping, all that kind of stuff. What do you think they do? You know what I'm saying?
Y'all were done.
For my son. This is my turn to look for my son. So, you know, that's what's going on to this day.
That's right. No, my turn. Damn it. Back up. I got this. Why they turn everything over to you if they still wanted to, you know? So is it considered an open investigation?
It can't be. I got everything. How can you investigate something that you don't have? You know, what bothered me, and to even put that to the point, you know, 3 months later, after my investigator, he talked to me before we gave it over. It's almost like he was really uptight. He is constantly always apologizing. Mr. Rowles, I'm sorry for, you know, he's been an officer for a long time, and he said, this is not what police do. He said, I'm sure you already have a bad look on police officer, you know, but I hear that a lot from law enforcement outside of Buckeye. They apologize for Buckeye all the time for the way they handled my son's case. But, you know, he was really, really untrusting of Buckeye. He didn't want to actually give them what he found. He actually was hoping they can bring the FBI and give it to the FBI. But we needed Buckeye. They're law enforcement. So he decided to say, we're going to take a chance. We're going to give them the stuff and hopefully they work with us. As soon as we gave them things, they shut down. They stopped talking to me. They stopped talking to him. And then they waited 2 months later and went to get their own investigator to rebut what my investigator found. You know what I'm saying? Just to say what they said at the beginning. So they took resources to do that. And the weird part is their investigator investigated without the vehicle. How can you even make a comment about a vehicle you never even seen in your life? You know, he's seen pictures of it.
That's crazy.
So how can you investigate something you didn't physically see? You know, so, and that's questionable to me. Like you actually put that in your report from what the results of what investigator that never even seen my son's vehicle. He never touched it. I have that vehicle. It's in a secure location. Nobody knows where it's at. Trust me, is very heavily guarded, and nobody knows. So he never been there. You know, he never been there, never seen my son's vehicle, never physically touched it or anything. So I question their motives on that.
Right. When did you officially obtain that vehicle?
On the day after, on the 20th. The vehicle was found on the 19th. On the 20th, like I said, they showed me that day. They called me up there to that police station. I'll be honest with you, it took me, it almost broke me. I had someone with me to kind of help me there. We made it over to the police compound to see the vehicle for the first time. That's when he first mentioned this whole theory about my son joining a monastery, become a monk. That same particular day, once I seen that vehicle, I'm in emotional shock, man. You know, seeing this vehicle the first time. This is a vehicle I was supposed to see in July, and I'm seeing it this way. My son is missing. He turned it over to me on the 20th. He told me, "Hey, look, Ms. Robinson, you need to get it out of here." Well, I'm still emotional. You need to get it out of here today. If you don't, we're gonna have it towed out, and you're gonna have to pay storage fees. I begged them to give me 3 days because I told them, "Hey, look, I don't live here. I don't know anything about the storage places or whatever the case may be." But they turned it over to me. He gave me 3 days to get it out of there. And those 3 days, that's when I secured that meeting with his chief. So, but yeah, they were turned over to me the day after my son's vehicle was found.
Okay. Did the police say or mention to you the towing company that took Daniel's vehicle from the ravine over to the police compound? Did they mention
No.
a towing company?
No, they didn't. They didn't mention that to me.
Okay.
I would like to know that one.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Vet Girl. Thank you very much for the search, the super chat. We will definitely make sure that happens. You know it.
Okay. That's interesting. Very interesting. Okay. So you got the car and you got the clothes and
they gave them everything.
Yeah, the clothes. What kind of package or container or how were the clothes given to you?
Well, after that meeting, we're walking out, myself and the NAACP witness that I brought with me. We walked out. The detective stopped me and said, "Mr. Robinson, I want to give your son's things." He pulled his vehicle around the front side of the police department, pulled these bags out, evidence bags. It was in paper bags. His clothing was in bags. His cell phone was in a separate little bag, paper bag. His wallet and stuff was in a separate little paper bag. But then they gave me also his it was the backpack. Now that wasn't in the bag. It was zipped up and had some zip ties on the, I guess, parts that you open or whatever. Okay. And they had a little tag on it. So he handed it to me right there. I just told him to throw it in my trunk. I took it to my hotel, held onto it, didn't touch it, open it, or anything like that. That's when I got my investigator, because I was sitting there like, "Hey, I'm going to get an investigator." Once he came aboard, I turned all those things over to him.
Okay. Were the bags sealed when you got them, or were they just closed? Okay.
Yeah, they were.
All right. So were the clothes ever checked for any kind of chemicals?
No.
Or nothing.
No,
okay.
There was no DNA stuff done to the clothing or the airbags to date. So.
Okay. So as a note, if Daniel was in the car and the airbags deployed, let's just say, there would be a compound from the airbags called sodium hydroxide and sodium azide. I think that's those are the two main compounds that consist with airbag deployment. Okay, so it would be a good idea to see if that compound or those two compounds are found on Daniel's clothes.
Interesting.
Yeah, to see if Daniel was driving the car, the airbags deployed, because it would be attached to his clothing, especially the top portion, his shirt, his vest, the bottom portion of his pants where the pockets are.
Right.
We have a private investigation team that we're working with, and we've been taking a look at pictures. We've been taking a look at airbag deployment, compounds, everything. So that would be one of the notes that I wanted to make to you, is if the clothes can be analyzed for those two compounds on Daniel's clothes. That way we know Daniel was in the car and that the airbags did deploy on him while he was driving them.
That's right.
Okay.
Now I saw Miss Q smile just now. That's why I smiled.
She smiles when I start digging at things. She likes the way I dig at things.
I was busted. I came back like, I'm back.
Yeah, but that's exactly good, Mr. Q. That's there's some of the ideas I didn't think of, but yeah, I'm holding on to those things now. Of course, everybody know I don't have a current investigator, at this moment. Still seeking investigators. There's a lot of people running at me. There's a lot of them running at me, and I had to some I would dismiss that or dismissed already because it's a lot of things out there. I just put it like that.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. That I covered the clothes. The phone, is it an iPhone or an Android?
It's Android. That's
Samsung, right?
There's a Samsung, but it's the newest one. That not the Note, but yes,
the nice one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they would have a SIM card.
Yes.
Okay,
right.
So that was the item that was missing from Daniel's phone, the SIM card, right?
No, it's actually a memory card.
No, the memory card.
Still there. The phone, you can still call this phone. I called it the other day and things like that. And it's still working. Of course, the service is still on.
But the one where you save all your photos and sometimes contacts and all that stuff.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, all that is gone. Yes.
Okay.
And
is that being checked? Have you decided to do anything in reference to finding out maybe some of the information on the cloud?
And I tried. I don't know how to get anything from the cloud. I do know that Google, when I went to go get things off of that, it's been wiped somehow. I don't know if it's a way to retrieve that kind of stuff, but it's been wiped clean from, from the phone aspect.
Okay.
If it's using Google Drive or anything like that, then it would still be in there. But I think that ties back into the search warrant side of it to be able to get to that stuff.
Right. And we can easily get that from a phone company, but also ain't from Google and so on. But need that warrant. I tried.
So the petition that we opened up with, that is to get them to change it to a criminal investigation. No,
that's right.
That's what
yes, of course.
Good.
Okay. In taking a look at that front right end of the vehicle where the paint mark showed up, I can't really tell how long it is, but I'm sure that you've analyzed that photograph of that paint on that corner. Is there any work being done on that particular item, being that, to identify if it is paint, if it's rust, is it an abrasion? Because I see that part of the front end is buckled somewhat, but I'm looking at the buckle in a way to where, did it rub against, did it bump into something, more or less crash into something? Did it rub against something to cause an abrasion to where that paint just chipped off and made that short little lining? If it's about 3, maybe 4 inches, give or take, and that's just a rough estimate as to how much paint is on the corner of that right side. In looking at that, what do you think that is? What
initially
what went through your mind?
Yeah, well, initially my investigator, he pointed it out to me. I didn't know a thing, but I can tell you this. I've seen that vehicle twice since that vehicle showed up. Only twice. I saw it the day that the detective showed it to me, and I just recently saw it again about almost 2 weeks ago. Since a little before I left to go back home. So I didn't really. It's hard for me to look at that vehicle. I'll be honest with you, to this day, and it was really hard for me to get close to it. It may sound crazy, but I can take a lot of things, but for some reason I can't find myself to touch that or get too close to that thing. I did see the paint transfer on the side from a distance that day, and I like you say, you about pretty much accurate. I can say it's about a 3 to 4 inch line of paint there. Like I said, the investigator at the time, my investigator, he was thinking it was paint transfer from possibly another vehicle. He didn't say what. It could be a pole, anything. Like you said, it could be from anything, but definitely from nothing that came out there from the desert. And that was one of the reasons that also that kind of backed up what he did at the beginning when he first saw the pictures. But then when he actually examined the vehicle and he saw that paint transfer like that kind of helped back him up on what his theory is about that vehicle wasn't there, being there, wasn't crashed there, not being there, but
Right.
wasn't there.
Right.
It wasn't.
Did Daniel
Thank
ever
you,
mention?
Jackie.
Did Daniel ever mention to you him ever working with paint to mark certain places when he did his work out in the field, such as color code paint, something for red, something for blue, something for green, something for purple? Did he ever mention that he was ever working with any kind of color type material?
No.
That you know of?
I talked to him a lot on this while he at work. Of course, sometimes he even work at night hours.
Right.
No, he never mentioned that to me at all.
Okay.
And did say he was out there painting rocks red, though, didn't he?
Well, yeah, the king, yeah, he did. That's one of the things that Buckeye ignored. And, it amazes me. A person, I don't want to put nobody in a villain and anything like that, but a person could say to the detectives, hey, this man was acting odd. They put that in the police report.
Right.
Another person could say, yeah, he was acting a little strange, and they put that in the police report. The man at the well site said, hey, he did X, Y, Z, and he just walked off and waved his hand, and they put that in the police report. And these are all by their word, right? And then when I go to the police and say, well, X, Y, Z said he painted some rocks with red paint. He traveled left of the tracks on the ground, he told me. He told me that, hey, he knew something big is going to happen, and it's going to turn, the media going to come, the police going to come, it's going to turn this big thing. He walked this mountain, and it kind of makes sense to me. He almost painted a trail when up high sight looking back. He painted a trail from a well site to where the vehicle was found. Now, mind you, listen how the story went. Now, I left and went to the left side of the. I'm thinking about this now as I'm talking. I left and walked to the left side, drove on the left side of the track, so I didn't disturb it because I knew the police were gonna come looking. And he said I followed out for like a mile or so. And then he said I went through this gate, which I know now what gate he's talking about in my mind. I've never been out there before at the time. Went through this gate, which you have to do. And when he, I think I told you that, Mr. Q, on your show, there is a gate to that power plant that you have to go through first. You can't just drive to that power. You got to open this gate, go through. They have a sign that say, "Hey, close," because the cattle get out. So he said he opened his gate and he drove another mile or so, and he got out of his vehicle and started walking. And then he got up on this big hill. Now, mind you, in that quarry area is the hill. On the other side of that hill is where the vehicle was found. Walked up on this hill and he looked out to see if he could see my son's vehicle. And then he started painting rocks with red paint so officers could know where to come to. I told them all, and the only thing they said, that's what he said. I said, yes. And I had witnesses, 2 witnesses with me. You don't see that in the report. So I'm saying is the Buckeye Police Department, to me, choose and pick what they want in that report. And it kills me. That's why I think people think I'm bashing the police. No, I'm not bashing the police. I'm just speaking facts. And it makes come off like I'm bashing the police, but I'm not. When I see like I really want to say something sometimes, I have to call it out, especially this got something to do with my son. You know what I'm saying? I have yet to get a chance to actually sit down. I didn't even do it when I get home because I didn't want to do it around my family. I don't have a chance to have an outlet to grieve my own son being missing. I had to keep my head sharp all the time. I had to stay on top of everything. Because if I break down, I won't be able to be effective for my own son. So that's the reason why I found it very, very strange. You know what I'm saying? When I have to do all of that, and the police department talked to me at the time, and not trying to help me. They're not trying to put anything in the report the correct way. They put these. They try to line every theory, that same theory they got, that my son somehow become monk and join the monastery. They want that theory to stick, you know what I'm saying? And don't look over there and look here, what I'm saying, that type of thing.
Right. Which is crazy. I mean, who in the hell thinks this man just walked off? Don't even get me started. Come on, man. Yeah, no, you have every right to. Every once in a while, I mean, go off.
Yeah, I do want to. But, and the thing is, I could be honest with you, is, and I think a lot of people, my volunteers out there, they tell me all the time, they're grateful that, I'm trying not I throw in the race thing a little, but not as much. You know what I'm saying? Whenever reporters ask me, hey, look, they kind of, and the sad part is, I'm dealing with, I felt it was sad and very hurtful to me that they tried to pin me up against the Petito family. You know, so that was what bothered me the most. I was like, this family is suffering just like my family is suffering. It's not, there's a young lady that's missing, and at the time, they didn't know what happened to their daughter, and she's missing. And y'all trying to pin it up, but you know, what you're pinning up. My opinion is this family is suffering. So, but the point is, I can't have to be honest.
I heard that.
So it took me 3 months just to get some type of attention for my son. I was working hard, day and night, no sleep, reaching out to whoever I can. And then when the Petito thing showed up, that put some kind of help, put a spotlight on my son's stuff. So I thought that was, you know, you couldn't deny the fact of race with that. You know, saying it's not the Petito family that caused that. That's a society thing. That's a society thing, and that's the way this country is set up, you know, systemically. So that has nothing to do with the Petito family. It has something to do with the way that they police and the way they view Black families. Whenever we have something missing, it's not as important. So the thing is, you know, with this whole thing, I know that. I know there's a lot of race factors in that also.
Is that a big thing down there in Buckeye from what you have, like, since you've been there, you know, yourself, these few months? Have you felt that vibe? You know what I mean?
You know, the funny thing you say that I say 98% of my support out there in the desert is white people, right? I've seen a lot of love. I mean, when I say that, these people, man, they're amazing. I tell them all the time, you come out and you spend your money, your gas, this your whole Saturday just to spend time with me. And you know, you can't help but love people like that. I mean, they're just special people. I have experienced in that area. I think it's two different type people out there. No matter where you go, they can be black, white, or whatever. But we have some two different type people in that area of Buckeye. I was out investigating a tip that I got, and when I first kind of started my searches, I was out there and following this tip up with this young gentleman that put some on Buckeye's Facebook page. Went out there to this location and was on the ground trying to find clues. I brought myself out there. My daughter was there, and two young ladies, black young ladies. We're all black. I was out there on the street corner, looking down, trying to find some clues. One of them, she's a police officer. She was out there with us, but she's off duty. While we were sitting out there, my daughter got tired and she decided to sit. I'm smiling because I'm glad it happened this way. She got tired. She went and sat back in the car. As soon as she shut the door, this pickup truck with a bunch of white guys came out and they just called us all this racial slurs. Just in daylight, broad daylight, you know. And my daughter didn't hear it. I was really happy and grateful for that. But that just told me, and she told me that's on that area, it's called, they call it a sundown town area type thing. And they told me to get my family out of there when it gets too dark. So I definitely got out of that area. But that's one of the areas I'm kind of putting out a little bit of areas that I'm going out tomorrow to recon. You know, so I'm saying, I did experience some of that here. Not only that, some of those things, but here since I've been here.
Oh my God, that's terrible. I mean, we know it still exists, but it's like, dude, 2022.
You know, for me, it happens all the time. So, you know, I've been used to that. I'm from the South. Come on now. I hear certain things a lot, and you know, those things roll off of me like water on a duck, you know. But I didn't want my daughter to hear something like that, you know.
Right.
So that was a little different. She didn't ever experience that. Thank God to this day. I hope to stay that way. And but I didn't want her to hear somebody say something like that to her in the way that he was saying it, you know. So I didn't want that to happen. And that's something. It was a timing that God allowed her to get tired for whatever reason and sit in that car. You know, so she definitely did.
And how far away from from where Daniel was, were y'all?
I think it was 2 S's. Yeah, it's about 2 S's away from Sun Valley Parkway. If I remember correctly, about 2 S's away. It's not too far.
But they don't consider it Buckeye.
Yeah, it was in Buckeye's territory. Their jurisdiction, yes.
Okay. That's interesting. So
Another factor to consider.
Well, you got to
That's for
give you a
sure.
little more details with that, Mr. Q. That's when I think I thought I mentioned this to you before. That it was a vehicle that I was going to look at that day. It was a young man put a picture up on Buckeye's website. You know, a lot of people tell me that all the time. That's why I'm really uptight when Mr. Chief Hall was accusing me of holding back things. What happens is most of the time is exactly what the gentleman did, for instance. They go out to reach out to Buckeye. Buckeye don't take their statement. Buckeye don't make themselves available to these people. And then what you think they're going to do? They're going to come to the father. They came, this guy came, well, actually he didn't come to me, this guy. He just went to their website, I guess, put it on blast. So maybe they'll pay attention. He went on to put it on their page, their Facebook page. My family members at the time were just monitoring Buckeye, page. I didn't know that. But they called me. One of my family members called me. Hey, this guy they just calling me. Hey, this guy put this thing on Buckeye thing. So a picture. They said, hey, you seen the vehicle like my son's vehicle, your son's vehicle. And so I looked it up and saw the thing and went on his inbox and asked him to call me. And he did. And he shared the pictures with me. And he told me the story behind it. Him and his wife riding down the road and he saw the vehicle. And I'll tell you, Mr. Q, that's when I'm telling you, I have the recording. This guy, he describes some of the damage on that vehicle. Like when I look at it now, he said the windshield like it been somebody tried to hit the windshield, and he said the front end was smashed right on one side. One side, that's how you put it, up against the tree. And so I was like, okay, he sent me the pictures really blurry, but it did. I never seen my son's vehicle before at that time, so it did look like it to me, the same shape and the kind of lighting, whatever. And I said, okay, well, that excited me. I immediately got the phone with him, called the Buckeye Police Department, Chief Detective Biffin, and I was like, hey, Detective Biffin, that's this guy he put on, he had found a vehicle that looked like, and before I can finish my sentence, that's not your son's vehicle. And I'm like, well, let me finish what I got to say first, And I told him that, and he said, I then told him, hey, look, you need to send somebody out there to, see if that's his vehicle. He said, well, he kind of refused it at first, and I kept pressing on him. He said, well, I'll send a patrol car out. So in the meantime, I was at this hotel, and I got my stuff together, and I called my daughter and said, hey, we're going up this road up here. I don't want to put a name out right now, now at this point, but we'll go out to this road and check it out. And I called a gentleman back. He gave me exact direction how to get there. I put in my GPS, and then I was heading that way. He called me back as I was getting ready to pretty much get going. He called me back because he went up there to see again the gentleman. And he said, the vehicle is gone. I'm like, what you mean it's gone? He said, oh, it's gone. And I said, well, Buckeye just said he's going to send, a patrol car by. He said he's seen the Buckeye patrol car, but he said the vehicle's gone. It was just there and it's gone or something or other. So I called Buckeye back, Detective Biffin, and I was like, hey, man, somebody towed that vehicle away. Can you find out who it was? And I've been asking him for several days after that. Never to this day told me who towed that away. So I went there anyway, because I said, well, we still going to go up there. We're still heading that way. And like I said, that's when this certain little thing happened. We got out of there. 2 days later, the vehicle showed up in the desert. So that's not ironic. I'm not making that up now. This is 2 days later, all of a sudden my son, your son's vehicle been found in the desert out there. So it was 2 days before that. So I'm saying that this incident happened. Yes.
That would
put it at the 17th of June.
The town that the car that was towed away was the same town that you had the situation, like with your daughter?
That's where I had the situation right there. Because the
sundown
vehicle was towed away, but I still went up there anyway to try to. What I want to do is find out, see if I see like something on the ground, or the tracks of the vehicle.
Like that. That's why you were there.
Evidence, right? Or somebody towed away. Try to find some information.
Oh my God! But that was the sundown town.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And the car finishes from there before the cops can even get to check it out, maybe. And then 2 days later, magically, Daniel's car is
That's when I called about this vehicle. Yeah, my son's vehicle's out there. Yes.
I do not like it.
Oh yes, exactly how that happened. But that's not in the report. So I'm saying things like that. I would think that they would be quickly to share some of the things that it is so much that's out of report, and there's so much things I think that shouldn't be in the report. Like there's a distraction about this young lady. You know what I'm saying? When there's one, like I keep saying over and over again, people had asked themselves why they even took her just first of all, they didn't even ask the second young lady. You know, it's two ladies was there. They didn't have no report about this other lady, her name, or didn't ask no questions. You know, none of that. And not only that, the girl's claiming that she saw my son on a ring. Where's the footage from that? You know, things like that. You're doing an investigation, and also, you know, the phone records. It was given the phone from the young lady, the text message or whatever, was something that she just gave to them through a screenshot or whatever it's called. So
she would have everything that
right. She can manipulate that the way she wants to. Where's her phone record to verify that nothing is missing? But you put that in a report. You get what I'm saying? Where's my son's
no follow-up
to verify that the text came at those times or something was missing out of the text messages? Where are they? Because they did. My son's phone been wiped. You know what I'm saying? When I say it's been wiped, when I got that phone, all the text messages between him and her is wiped. The memory card is missing. You know what I'm saying? Everything about this girl is missing. Everything else is there. Everything about her is missing. Except for in his phone right now, you know, just the name. You know, hey, he still have her on his contact, her phone number. That's it. But other than that, everything else is missing. So, you know, I kind of look at things like that. Why is those things not in a report? They had my son's phone for over a couple of days. You know what I'm saying? And Detective Biffin told me he cloned the phone. They cloned the phone. This is one thing he told me too was weird. He said, because I was asking him where my son, I was a little uptight. Where's my son's memory card? He said, well, nobody. Nobody took it. I took it from the scene, and he said I took this phone from the scene and I put it in my pocket, so nobody had. I'm thinking like, who would take something from the scene and put it in their pocket? You know, so
right.
It's crazy to me. Yes, it's crazy. Yes.
What?
Yeah, that should have gone into an evidence collection bag.
It should have absolutely.
Right.
Yes, it should have immediately into an evidence bag. Come on now.
Exactly.
And all the
so
answers
when they
are in her phone.
Yeah. When they clone a phone, and they want to get the information from inside of the phone, they will remove that SIM card that has all the contacts and all the information regarding that phone. I'm just wondering if that's what happened and they didn't put it back.
Well, first of all, it's illegal. It's illegal for them to do that. My son has a constitutional right without a warrant from the judge. I found out through my attorney. We're looking into that now. They didn't supposed to even do
a search warrant.
Right, they had to have a search warrant. They couldn't just go in there and just grab my son's phone and clone it. And they did that. He said, I have him on recorder saying it. So he did. I'm taking his did. He said it to me. So he cloned his son's phone and without a search warrant, without even having an investigation going on. So, you know, why would they be doing that? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That's the question to figure out. Yes.
Big old whys. Why? And why haven't they gone and got Caitlin's damn phone? She has everything we can't get to in Daniel's phone. As far as their interaction, she has the other side of the conversation, any phone calls, and they won't even.
And they talked for a while. I talked to my daughter about that, and we look at the phone records. They didn't talk. I think the way that the painted the picture is that people think that he and she and my son was talking for a few days, and then he went missing. No, they were talking over a glimpse of time. I'm thinking over 2 weeks or so. So they've known each other for a while. I just put it that way. They've known each other for a while. They know each other long enough to have this young lady telling my son he have an ego problem. How you know he have an ego problem? And that's the reason why she gave him the podcast. The podcast was she said in her determination that he need to watch this podcast because of his ego. They don't have an ego. What it is, I was trying to explain to my son that night when he was telling me this. People mistaking his confident level as ego because he's very confident. Danny is a very confident guy with one hand. He's very, because you'll never know it unless you look at him physically. You will never saw it. You know, so
I love it.
And I think that's the reason why I was trying to explain to him that may be the reason why she said it, because I was trying to help him break that down. Like, wait a minute, hold on, what you mean you got an ego? You know, that's the kind of conversation we had that night before he went missing. You know, so yes.
So he talked to you about that.
about everything. Yes, I know a lot more than people know in this public sphere, of course. But yeah, but one thing he didn't mention is that he was in love with this girl. So I don't even know where that come from. I even seen a statement in an article, someone which I was trying to make them retract, is they say the father said he was in love with a woman that he didn't know. I'm like, oh, that never happened.
Yeah.
It never happened. I never say anything like that because it's not true.
I think I talked to John about this. It says that Davisha said that he had mentioned to her he was in love with a woman.
They said about me too.
She asked her.
Yeah,
they thought it was Caitlin, and she said she didn't know. So they just made it up.
No.
I told John
Yes,
I was going to ask you.
My daughter and I, we talked about that too in the family because we're uptight about that. They ain't never said he in love with anybody. They ain't never even had a girlfriend. He used to date women in college, but not. I mean, when I say date, would see women in college or whatever, but not have a girlfriend. He definitely didn't have a girlfriend.
My God, they got that all in the police report, David.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the interesting thing about that is that I think it was the dates that come to my mind when I read the report was June 20th.
Huh.
Let me see. June 20th and 21st. We're talking about the days of Saturday and Sunday. There were critical text messages that was recorded in the police report that stated that Daniel was having a conversation with Caitlin when the deepest messages of I love you and the exchange of leave me alone showed up. And it was just funny to me, along with our independent investigation team that we're working with, whether or not Daniel actually wrote those words
exactly
in the text messages. His phone could have been possibly manipulated. Yeah,
easily. People clone stuff. These hackers.
Yeah. So it was just interesting, those two date markers on that.
As what
well.
Date that was again? You said that was what date that was?
That was the 20th. That's a Saturday. June 20th is a Saturday, and then we have June 21st, which is a Sunday. We have Monday the 22nd. Daniel goes to work the 23rd on Tuesday, and then we have I think it's the aerial search that was done by helicopter, according to Buckeye Police Department, on the 25th. So they went out there, and the funniest thing about that is that if they covered a 10-mile area in and around that job site, 10 miles, at least 10 miles, why couldn't they find Daniel's car in that 10-mile area if they did an aerial helicopter search with the Phoenix Firebird?
Well, you said a whole ton of things that I say to say. First of all, Buckeye would actually use the excuse that, and I think I saw it in the report where they say the vegetation was so lush, I guess, in a sense, the terrain was so heavily, whatever, that they probably missed the vehicle or something or the other. I promise you guys, if you was to go on the scene, and a lot of volunteers know this too, that terrain definitely, first of all, where the vehicle was found is very thin. The height of the brushes around it probably come to my waist, first of all. Second of all, we take drones up there all the time and put in the air, and you definitely would see anything or anybody down in that ravine. The other part of you was going at something you were saying before that with the young lady. I want to go back real quick before I forget. You said the dates. That's why I asked you the dates, because my son and I had a long 2-hour conversation about him meeting this young lady 2 days prior to him going missing. So that would have been 23rd, 22nd, 21st, right? And when you said something happened on the 21st, you said it was some type of interaction there.
Right.
He didn't tell me about no interaction. The way he was talking to me on the phone, like this was something that happened in the past. About this, because what it was, he was just talking some little things about the way he was talking, I could tell he was talking about some girl, right? And so I just pretty much, I didn't know his son. So I'm like, look, who is she, basically? Because the way he was talking, I'm like, who is she? You know what I'm saying? And that's when he told me. Yeah. And because he said somebody was saying somebody's ego, and I knew it had to be some woman. So I'm like, who is she? You know, and he told me, I said, well, how do you meet? That's how I pretty much, I'm asking all the intrusive questions, like, how do you meet her? Oh, it was the weirdest way and some Instacart thing, blah, 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 so on. And then he ended up telling me about him staying the night over there. And that's when I had a problem, you know. You spend time with somebody's house that you don't know, you know what I'm saying? That type thing. But the way he mentioned was make it sound like he was on over there over the weekend, because that's when he do the Instacart the most, I guess, on the weekend. And he did tell me about the canopy also. Canopy being in the backyard. I didn't cut him off when he was talking to me about it. About thinking in my head, like, why they got a canopy in the back? What they been doing in the backyard? You know, that kind of thing in my head. You know, that was strange to me. Like, what y'all doing in the backyard with a canopy in the backyard? You know, and that's when he told me pretty much he's texting her, telling her that his canopy was back there and he needed to get it for work, but she didn't answer. I don't see that in the report where his message saying he was asking for the canopy, or at least I don't know. Maybe it's there. I can't remember seeing it.
The text message is in there. I mean, that part of the text message is in there.
Yes. And he went over there to retrieve it, what he told me, and that's when that text message, I'm sure, came. He told me that night where she said, "Don't come over here uninvited," because she saw him. But she also said, he told me that she saw him on some type of camera, like a Ring camera or something. And he apologized for it, but he said he needed his canopy for work. So
yeah, that was the 16th that she saw him on camera because she was out of town in Flagstaff. Right.
That's what he was telling me. She was out of town or something or the other. So some of those things I did get from my son. So that was on the 16th. Okay, well, but I did talk to him on that 2 days prior to him going missing. So I was just trying to get that timeline thing together when you was talking this a while ago, Mr. Q.
Yeah, because the last transmission time that they had via text was on June 17th, where all of this talking between stop showing up unannounced. Okay, I won't ever. Thanks. I'm looking right now and I don't see the canopy in the garage. Don't worry about it. I already have it. I'm confused. Daniel says, I grabbed it yesterday. I just wanted to tell you that I'm sorry for disappearing the other day. I couldn't stop thinking about you. This is Daniel. Can we hang out? I'm not at home, she says. He says, okay. And then he goes, I love you. Are you home today? And then she goes, honestly, you showing up at my house unannounced made me extremely uncomfortable. I will not be home today, et cetera, et cetera. But that is the last text transmission, according to the report, which was June 17th.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, nothing on the 18th, 19th, 20, 21.
So now you make me want to go back and listen to this recording, me and my son, and see if he mentioned a date. Because, sometimes I have to go through that over and over again to try to hear some clues from my own son. That's sad. And the weird thing is I have this app on my phone that automatically records my phone calls. And I usually turn it off for family members. And I think God has a lot to do with that, because my family members and things like that, friends, I have it, you can also, keep it from recording certain people. And for some reason, Daniel's was recorded, which is great. So I turned that over to my investigator, a copy over to him. Like I said, I still have that. I put several copies in different places. So I'm gonna go back over and listen to it really, really slow and really good, and see if I find some dates, because there's any dates that he said he was talking to her outside of those last transmissions he's saying, then we have a problem. You know what I'm saying? So I'll be looking for that stuff.
Yeah, did the Buckeye Police Department
report? Just so you know, if you have to reference it, the 54-page one, that's the one he's
okay.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm looking at the report. I look at the first two reports and they keep changing it. They keep adding some, take some off. And so it got to a point where I was like, you know what? I don't know what Buckeye writing this time. I think I stopped looking at it once they came out and they highlighted that Caitlin thing to a reporter that came to me and they said, oh, I just got this report. They went up there physically, asked them something. They handed them the report. And it was, they said, I asked them, did it Buckeye do that? Yeah, they highlighted this whole section about Caitlin. And I said, oh, so now they're doing character assassination. That's what I was thinking at the time. But I'm like, right. On them from the media, you know what I'm saying? So now they want to try to throw the attention off of what they're not doing to about some real world, you know, type thing. So yes.
They tried to swing it really like, okay, whatever the case, he started tripping. And then he just like he got weird. I never know how to say it.
He just decided to leave his family over a woman that he was in love with, you know, and he just took off and wanted to be away from his family forever and life
tied it all together.
He's so strung out of a one person, you know. That come on.
They wanted to become a monk.
They wanted to become a monk. Yeah.
And it goes back to why.
You know,
how do they have to gain from that being the narrative?
I do not know, and I still haven't figured that part out. You know, some parts, you know, with me as a father on the ground, I tell my family all the time, it's two different things that you see on the media or you hear in a report, for instance, versus what actually happening on the ground. And it discouraged me because the reason why I say that, because, you know, I'm very suspicious. You know what I'm saying? It makes me suspicious even more so. I even get to a point where, hey, I might need to investigate the police too, you know, because I'm like, okay, what is this? What is this? No matter what we do, no matter how much evidence my investigator put out and showed them, hell, you don't even see the spreadsheet. You don't even see the sock about the sock being found, at least unless it's on the new report, about the sock that my investigator found on a few hundred feet away from that well site. That's not included. That's not in that bag. That one sock was missing out that bag that they collected, but my investigator found it weeks later near a site that they claimed they did this. Well, I guess how many miles you say from that well site? That extensive 20 miles or whatever they did search. They didn't find that sock, but my investigator did. And it was weathered, of course, from the sun, but it matched the sock that was in the evidence bag that they collected. So the thing is, I'm saying is, even that's not in the report, but they somehow this Caitlin thing showed up in the report. And somehow this whole thing about his supposedly mental state, you know, showed up in the report. The evidence or something? No, that's weird to me.
It's very weird. It's in there. It's highlighted. Like you can't help but you focus on Caitlin. When you read that report, I'm telling you, that's when I stopped and said, hold up, what's going on? John Q, what's happening?
I want to say thank you, girl, by the way.
What happened?
No, I was saying thank you to
that girl. Yeah.
Yes.
Jump in there.
Something she put up there at the top. Thank you so much.
I told you to put your pajamas on. Did you wear your pajamas?
You know, I started to take you up on that. I said, I don't know. Yeah, I have this one that's kind of fun. I brought it back from home. My family, we had this, and I thought it was really nice. It turned out to be nice. It's funny, but we all had the same pajamas on. I'm like, I didn't realize people do that. You know, they had the same pajamas on, and it's almost like a onesie. You know what I'm saying? I haven't worn one of those since I was a kid. Yeah. So I brought it up there with me, and when I'm off camera, I put it on. And oh, this feels kind of good. I feel kind of like that.
That's cute. I like when families do that, and they all wear the same.
Oh yeah, it's really nice. Yeah, we're all looking alike. We kind of laugh and joke about it. Yes.
And that's what you was. It was you, Davisha, David, the third.
Well, the twins couldn't make it. The twins couldn't make it down back home this time, but yeah, some of the other family members.
That's a big crew, all matching up.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
Yes.
There are some questions in the chat. Let me ask some of this. We did say we were going. Well, I said Q&A and QT. Thank you, Vet Girl. I'm just scrolling. I just saw your compliment. Thank y'all, all of y'all, for signing the petition. I see you. Thank you very, very much. Attorney General of Arizona contacted yet? I think, John, you did that, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yes, I did.
Oh, there's that. That girl was asking that question.
Yeah, we sent out emails to the State of Arizona Public Safety Department, which is the state police. We sent out emails to the Maricopa Sheriff's Department, sent out emails to the Attorney General of the state of Arizona. We sent out a second email to EquiSearch, Midwest EquiSearch, to Dave Rader, in which Dave Rader did respond and spoke with Mr. Robinson in reference to any assistance or help that they could offer him. We sent out a slew of emails to all media sources out there, internet, TV, radio. Those went out. And there was a newspaper publication that also responded with some kind of publication as of today that went out in print. So I'll be following up with all of these leads tomorrow to be sure that they did get the letter, and if they can offer any assistance or help in this particular area, then I'll be able to give Mr. Robinson an update before Friday on what's happening with everything.
It's awesome. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Vet Girl. Awesome.
And also to the FBI. Also to the FBI, the field office out of
John
Arizona.
is all over it.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, with that. Yes, and I'm going to follow up too with the FBI. I want to show up in person. I heard they had the field office here in Phoenix,
right?
And I want to follow up with that in person. And
yes. Roll up in there. A recap. Vet Girl, I just got to that message. But did you still need the recap? Let me know. And the evidence list, what we've seen is in the News Nation report. What's the police report that's on News Nation? It has what we know as far as the evidence list. Doctora, hello. Doctora wanted to know, John, you want to talk about this? I know y'all talked about Sundown Town's on Jelani Day's case. What is Sundown Town?
Sundown Town is a place where Black folks shouldn't be when the sun goes down.
When the sun goes down, that's it. Don't get caught with the sun.
That's it. That's
Don't
it.
let the sunlight catch
Point
you.
blank.
It's almost like the opposite when your mom tells you to get home when before the lights go out. It's almost the same thing. You get home before the sun go out. Get out of there.
So in that area, was it predominantly just not Black, or do Black people live in those areas?
I do not know. I was told that some Black people are starting to move in the area, and the residents there don't like it. The neighboring areas around it, and they're kind of coming inward, and they don't like that. So they're moving a little further out. As they're moving in, they move further out. But that's what I've been hearing about today. In preparation to going out that way tomorrow, it's a lot of Black people and Hispanics and moving into closer to their area, but they don't like it, of course. Right.
It bothers me that car was in that area, because that car was already a problem for me, a real problem. This light is a problem for me too. I cannot. Ooh, let me see.
I feel that way with green light sometimes. It depends.
Yes, I'm ready to stop this thing off and be in the dark over here. I'm not used to this. I'm spoiled. I'm used to my little bouncing bubbles. All this shit. Right. That car bothers me. What'd you think about that car? I mean, I know it was blurry. The report says that the tires were a different color, and that's why the cop blew up. He noticed that in the police report. It says that the tires were a different color. When he looked at that blurry photo, when you called in and everything, he said he noticed immediately that the tires were gray and Daniel's are black, or vice versa. And then
so this was put in the report?
Yeah, I read that myself. Mm-hmm.
And no, see, that's what I'm saying. See, as time going by, they adding things to the report. Because I'm telling you, what I'm planning to do is show people the partial report which I had to get redacted, but the versions I have is not redacted, of course, the first two. The first one was a partial report. The second one is at the time, I'm saying it goes back to what I was saying before. They said they had no more leads to follow, blah, blah, blah. So they gave me that report. It was a full report that Chief Hall told me he was giving me, which he did. And that report, you would never find that type of stuff. But I do notice when they came out with that third one, they started taking some things away and added some things. They give people an impression that they did a forensics work at the scene and things like that. Certain little things they kind of add to the word games, in a sense, to add to make it appear they did this and they did that and blah, 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 so on.
Right.
And, that's when I got disgusted and I said, I'm not reading. So when this fourth one came out, I was like, I'm definitely not going to read that because they ain't going to do it to make me angry. So I just left it alone.
Oh my God. So other than this one, there's 3 more?
Well, altogether, I think it's 4. Yeah, it's 4 of them because I know I had 3. I had the partial one, the second one, and then I seen the third one, and I have a copy of that also. But the fourth one now, like the ones I have do not have anything about the blurry picture and things like that on it. So, that type thing.
I went looking. I mean, after you said that, I'm like, is there anything in here about this Facebook post? It's in there.
When we look at this picture, you're definitely going to see this blurry, with this gray tires, whatever he claiming. Matter of fact, I gave a copy to some of the people at CNN who's supposed to be trying to use some technology they have to try to pull a license plate. Now, remind you, if this thing happened and it happened to be my son's vehicle, remember it's in the report and see how fast that stuff disappear off the new report. So just be weird reminded when we start seeing things like that. So they better hope that don't happen. We'll have another problem. Oh, yes.
Yeah, that was a problem anyway. You can't just, if you, as his father, can't rule it out, how he gonna just look at a blurry picture and say, oh, no, them different tires, I ain't done.
Yeah, you can look at the picture, which since he did that, since I know it's in the report now, I'm going ahead and probably release that picture out in the public because that way people can judge for themselves. Hey, what color tires did he see? I mean, when the last time you seen in the gray tires anywhere though, so that type of stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I'm gonna find it. You are not excused, John Q. Anyway, he don't listen. I don't know why he.
Yeah.
So, do y'all have any plans for Daniel's birthday coming up? You knew we've been giving him some shout outs.
Yes, that's the hardest part. I just talked to his mother this day about that. She said, she's supposed to have did this. We had an interview. I had an interview the other night out in the desert with News Nation, and she was supposed to be on. She couldn't come on at the last minute because she's finding it hard. She told me she couldn't stop crying, and one of the biggest things for her and also myself and the family is that his birthday is coming up. And, we have to face that reality that for the first time in his life, since my son was born, we can't say happy birthday to him, personally, if I don't find him before Friday. So that's very difficult for us. It's very hard just even think about it. I know this weekend is very important to me. I know it's even Martin Luther King's birthday this weekend, Saturday. And my son's birthday on Friday. I'm going to be so busy. Like I told you before, after 12 on Fridays, I have no time because I'm physically moving just to get things ready for Saturday. So I won't have that time to really do anything for my son's birthday other than call family members and probably do some things on social media. But that night calling family and we just discuss Daniel, that type thing, have some other family things together, just conversation or whatever. So other than that, it's very hard. Everybody's talking about it at home. His birthday is coming up here in 2 days now, and hopefully a miracle happen. Maybe show up on his birthday. Saying something. I don't know.
It can happen. You're gonna be out, and it can happen. So what would he do for his birthdays?
Well, as a he probably do something like he do as a grown man. He's been doing because I've been, of course, he was here and for his last few birthdays, he's here in Arizona and I'm back home. of course, we call and give out happy birthday wishes and things like that and have a conversation. But Daniel, his birthday, he's with some friends. I'm sure that's what he do.
Hanging out.
Yeah, he go hang out. I laugh because I remember the only time I ever hung out with my son. I was really strong on them. As a parent, it's kind of a juggle of spending some time. My son, he wanted to go to a bar, for instance, with his friends, and I said, I have never seen my son drink anything, So, I remember the one time I've been out with my son like that was on his graduation night, and that's one of the memories I have with that. But I can imagine how he handled himself when he on his birthday. That's why I'm bringing this up. And went out in College Charleston down there. Went out to the local little spots, down there, and only thing I could think of, what Daniel would do right now. This is his birthday, and I was with him. He probably ditched me like he did that night. That's what I'm trying to get to. Hanging out with him, having fun. Yeah, son, blah, blah, blah. He's like, well, Dad, I got to go. I'm like, but I'm coming from out of town just to come see you, right? Well, my friend's waiting on me, but I was like, oh my God, he just left me there. So he ditched me really quick to go hang with his friends. So I said, you know what? He probably would do that if
but after y'all do y'all think first, and these kids.
That's right. Yeah, we did. He tried to hang in there as long as he could with me for a few hours, and then he ditched me. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. No, that's normal. My son, I have to tie him down. I'm like, and I tell him all the time, I'm like, I remember when I used to have to kick you out of my room. Now it's like, want to watch a movie or what?
You can't even find him.
Like he got somewhere to go. You know what I mean?
Right. That's what happens in stages of life. They start changing on you.
Yeah, I'm not ready.
It happens. Yeah. Trust me, it happens. It makes you feel a certain way.
Oh my God. How far apart are like the twins? Because he was the baby. You said, right? Daniel's the baby from this side or something like that, you said. So how far apart is he from his sisters?
They're 3 years apart.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 years apart. They're 3 years apart from each other.
Okay.
And then their older brother, he's 2 years apart from them. So.
Okay. Pretty close.
Yes, they're really close, yes.
We're gonna be celebrating. I have some beautiful. I wonder if I can get this. I might be able to pull this off when John comes back. I'm gonna.
John's back.
Oh, John's back.
John's back. Yeah, that was my daughter.
Oh, is she good?
Yeah, she's good. She's good. She always checks in with me every time I'm live. So I said, you got to stop doing that. When I'm live, I'm live. We talk later. Okay, I didn't know you were live. So,
you let her check on her daddy. You let her do this. Okay.
Yeah, well, I told her, I said, she has to subscribe to all the channels. And she's got yours. So I said, you got to make sure that the bell is on and all this other stuff so that this way you get the notification and you can jump in here and say hello.
Because daddy be working. He be here and there.
Yeah, well, she knows I'm around the clock. I can stay up until 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning because she knows that's when I do my research time and everything. And she'll send me a text message. You still up? You still up? I say, yeah. So
that's so sweet.
Well, you get a nap because you'll be up early in the morning. We got to go here. We got to go to Walmart. We got to go here shopping. I got to pick up stuff. So, yeah.
I love it. Love her daddy.
Yeah, she checks up on me. And my youngest daughter is down in North Carolina. She moved down there. So I'd say about 20 minutes in and around the area of Charlotte. Okay. And she's happy, she's, getting herself situated, wanted to get out of New York. I'm tired of New York. I got to find a way. And, she found a way. Said, okay, you found a place, found a job, and got herself, situated and whatnot. And she's doing good. She's doing good as well. So I got one daughter with me up here in New York and the other is down in the Carolinas. So, yeah, North Carolina. So when all this is over and we get together, we'll have a family reunion down there in South Carolina where David is.
Yes, that's right.
Don't y'all do it with that humidity. That's not
Yeah,
good for us.
Yeah.
You
I kind of miss the humidity somehow.
oh,
Well, in
you ain't.
Florida, though. Just in Florida, I'm talking about. I'd rather be down in Florida if I could, closer to the equator as possible,
I've never been to Florida yet. I plan to think I would. No, right?
That's you missing out.
What part? What part should we go to?
Well, Jupiter is one of my favorites. Jupiter, or you can go down to Cape Coral, Fort Myers area. Those are areas I love. If you go on the west side of Florida. But yeah, definitely Jupiter is my goal when I'm planning to move to eventually.
Okay, Jupiter, Florida. Okay, I'll look it up. Okay.
Stay warm all year round. That's what I like.
Yeah. I'm in love already.
Yeah, I kind of envy people. That's my friends who are down there in Florida, freezing wherever I'm at, and they wearing shorts every day. So.
Oh, I love it there. I want to go right now. You're in Florida, AP? What? She said, come down anytime. Y'all, I got to go. It's been real. I'm going to go now. I'll go anywhere it's warm all year round. Oh, my favorite kind of place. Oh. I hate the cold.
I see some Florida people in there. I see them now. Yeah.
You're in there. Florida's in the house. I do have to go to Florida, Elena. Yes, I do. The canopy, was it in the garage or the backyard?
I was told, my son told me it was in the backyard. I don't know exactly, but he just told me it was in the backyard and he went to go retrieve it. Now, I'm just going by what he said, not the report. I'm just going personally, yes.
Okay. There you go, Leanne. That was for you, honey. I think I'm almost to the bottom. Okay. If you fellas could just do what y'all do for a minute, I'm going to try to get something together that I want to show for David tonight, because I know he's going to be busy, and the birthday, we might not be able to tie you down, and I understand it completely.
Yeah.
Completely. So, but I want to do something with the photos that you sent me. So I'm going to see if I can finish, because I started earlier, but I think I can tie it up. Okay. If y'all can just have a little powwow.
That's right. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that too in advance.
There was Miss Q. You didn't leave, right? You ain't leaving us.
I'm out of here, man. I'm going to Florida.
You ain't leaving us, because I wanted to.
I have to mute in order to do it, because it's going to be a background. But I'll stick around.
You got to mute.
Okay. That's okay. What you need? I'm here. Hold on.
There was.
I didn't go yet.
Just find it. That's good.
Oh,
That's
you need
good,
a screen share.
Yeah, there was something I wanted to share with David in reference to something that got my attention, obviously.
Obviously.
All right, so
David,
I'm just gonna.
John has gotten me addicted to whipped cream. You should know that about him. I know you think he's cool and everything, but that's what he do.
That's right.
He did that.
So
Me and probably a lot of other people, but for real.
So bad. Cream.
Yeah, whipped cream with coffee. It's almost like taking a vacation first thing in the morning.
Or
if you know what you're doing with it.
Yeah, or anytime
if you know what you're doing with it, but let's not get into whipped cream tonight. So we got this.
I'm so serious. Are you up there? Okay. There you go. All right.
Yeah.
That's all you needed me for was my screen share. Okay, I'm out of here.
Your screen share for now, love. Your screen share, yes. Okay.
All right. I'll be here. I can hear you. You just won't hear me.
Okay, let me know when you can see the actual screen share itself, because I'm on a report. Okay, the investigation report that the Buckeye Police Department have published on their website was a report stating the timeline regarding Daniel's case. I come down to July 9th. And July 9th, amazes me because they have what is called the Civil Air Patrol aerial searches. There's not too much that I was able to find in the report pertaining to how long they were out here in the desert. But you see the map.
I can tell you, I was there.
Okay. That's good. And July 9th tells me that they covered the area grounds all in red. Is that what you've been informed of? That they covered everything in red here?
Where's the well site in relations to that? Because I'm trying to see that now. I can't see the map too close. Let's see, because I'll see Sun Valley Parkway.
Yeah, Sun Valley Parkway would be considered the.
Is that orange line that goes straight up? No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Matter of fact, the red line that's vertical that goes all the way here.
Right.
And then we have West Cactus Road here.
Okay. What I can tell you is from being on the ground, see that where you're pointing that area to West Cactus, if you go up just about half block on that Cactus Road, or Sun Valley Road there. Mm-hmm. That's where I was sitting at on the side of the road with my vehicle, and I have my own pictures and things like that and video.
Right.
And I'm right now while I'm doing this, I'm trying to look at my phone real quick. I have pictures, so I'm gonna get a timestamp and see if the dates was correct. Because on here, you said July 9th?
Yeah, July 9th.
Okay, so it was July 9th that I was sitting out there on the side of the road. But I can't tell you I can't say exactly. I'm just giving you an idea of what I seen, how they were sitting. Hold on a second if I can get this.
Okay.
I wish I could have shared this with you in advance, then you can understand where I was at. But this, I don't know if you can see this from here. I don't know the camera, but you can see that from here. That's how many vehicles that Civil Air Patrol brought with them that day, right?
Let me drop down for a second and see what you're trying to show me, because whenever I screen share, I'm unable to see everything. So let me just come back over to you. Okay. And then if Miss Q can highlight your screen.
You can see that a little bit better.
Okay. Yeah, I can see it now.
Where's the actual video? That's why it's moving.
All right, so you've got one.
It's 5 vehicles. I'm just trying to show you that for
I'm looking at that, right.
Okay. And to make you understand what I was seeing that day, they told me they was coming out there at, I think it was like 6 in the morning. Of course, I didn't tell them I was coming because I didn't believe they did the first search, because based on what Ken told me, they didn't, the guy at the well site.
Okay.
So they didn't do the first search that they claimed they did with that Firebird helicopter. So I was suspicious about that. Detective Biffen did tell me, hey, we got this Civil Air Patrol that's gonna come out. This is like a week and a half later after my son was missing, and we're gonna have Civil Air Patrol to come out and blah blah blah. I know who Civil Air Patrol was, but we're gonna do this extensive flyby. The airplane will be doing I think they say 4 or 5 pass overs or whatever, over that area to see if they see my son out there in the desert. I'm really grateful. Thank you. I appreciate that. As soon as I got the phone with him, I called my daughter and tell her, hey, we going out to the desert tomorrow morning. Be ready to get up early. And I just showed up on it. We sat there till about, we got there roughly 6 in the morning. And I mean, the sun was just trying to come up. And make a long story short, they didn't show up the time they said they were going to show up. They showed up by probably around 8-ish or 9 o'clock. I think it was around 8 o'clock. Right. It was really late. He was shocked to see me there, I'm sure. Civil Air Patrol did show up. Like I showed those trucks. There's 5 of them. We sat there because first I asked him, okay, can I come in? I was pulling my car like I was coming in behind them. Civil Air Patrol, he stopped me. Oh, you can't come in while we were looking or something or the other. I was a little uptight about that because I hadn't been in that desert yet. So they shut the gate on me, shut the gate, locked it, and told me I couldn't come in. So I took my binoculars out. And I in and out the car. It was really hot that morning. In and out that vehicle, My daughter sitting in the vehicle, cooling off her and my dog, and just kind of doing the binoculars and looking out in the desert while they're just sitting at the gate. Detective Biffin and his assistant and Civil Air Patrol, they sat there for, I'll say, about 2 hours. We sat there, they didn't move. So I'm thinking the whole time, like, okay, when they gonna start searching? A little while later, an aircraft showed up. It went, it was kind of doing it came out from the west, from the mountains out the west, and it came over towards the White Tank Mountains. But it kept making a circle, kind of go west, like I say, go east or whatever, and then come back, go up a little bit, come back west, and then go up a little bit more. And then once it got all the way up north, that was it. That's when, but they told me they're gonna do all this passovers and stuff like that with this aircraft. They only did it one time, and then a little while after that, they all just took off except for one vehicle. I'm assuming it was so I wouldn't try to come in the gate,
Right.
He had the guy, he kind of pulled his vehicle long ways to the gate, I guess, so I won't be able to move it. And he just stayed there while the rest of them rode down. And they went towards, I saw them on binoculars, they went north towards the well site once they got to that little T-junction and went to the well site. And that's when, I guess, because now I know the reason why I didn't see them no more, because, it's some dips and dives. But they never left that area. They never left that area because I was, off and on looking to see if they moving anywhere. I haven't seen in the movie. Now that I understand how that area is, if they would have came back west, for instance, I would have seen them, because they had to come back so close to Sun Valley Parkway to go down south. I would have saw them with my binoculars, but I haven't. It got to a point where I got tired. Of course, my daughter needed to use the restrooms, and we took her to there, came back, and that's what it was over with. They was done. So I don't know how extensive their searches really was. When I see the map, I can't dispute them, but they were out there. But I know that one thing they didn't find was that sock out there that day, and also they didn't find my son's vehicle.
Right. Do you know what time you returned to that location?
Once I left?
Yeah.
It was around, I think, around 11.
Oh, this was early. Then it was still morning.
It's still morning. That's right. It's still morning. Right. All this was done before 12, before noon. Yes.
Okay. And anything after that? There was nothing then.
No, there was nothing. Then the next search came. The third search came when I want to say, when was it? Yeah, when the vehicle showed up.
When the vehicle showed up.
Okay. On 19th, right.
Okay, yeah, because I found that grid map, and I don't know if Miss Q is back or if she's still sitting beside her computer.
Yes.
Because I wanted to screen share something. So let me just go ahead and do it again.
Okay.
I never left my computer, dear. What happened to your screen?
Very good.
Thought?
Okay, no, I had to come out of it because I wanted to take a closer look at what David was showing me in regards to the vehicle lineup that he had on his phone.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
David, can I ask you one quick favor?
Yes.
I don't see the picture of you and Dan, the graduate, the night, your favorite night, that photo. Okay. I don't see that.
It's funny because I've been looking forward to it.
You can't find it.
It disappeared. I was eating my computer up trying to find it. So what I'm planning to do is download it back from where I was just sending it to everybody, every reporter out there. So I'm thinking about the download it back to my computer. Then I send it to you.
Okay. Yes. I was like, how is that not here? Okay. I know. I understand. All right.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to myself. I was looking for that picture of myself. And I was,
John has it. John has it. A rancher, Sally 012 Sue, a rancher found the vehicle. To answer your question, dear.
Yes. Yes.
Send it to me, Please email me that right away if you can. Thank you.
Okay, so I was working on the map today, and we got the 2 cell phone tower locations. This is the yellow triangle you see here. That's in the vicinity. Okay. And whichever one they tried to ping to locate Daniel's phone, obviously they don't appear here to be close enough to have had any kind of immediate range. This is about 11 miles here in the first line. This is about 12 and a half to 13 miles out
I lost
past
it there
that
for a minute.
point. Yeah, that's the White Tank Mountains in this particular area, the second cell phone tower. Here, what did I want to show you? Well, let me go back to the actual picture that I was presenting. And if the Civil Air Patrol covering this range map all outlined in red, and it's the light red
I think
color.
I lost it.
Oh, can you see? Okay. Let me make sure I get that up there.
Oh, his connection might be. It looks like the connection is having some trouble, John.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
right.
So,
Yeah,
let me come out of here.
Not you, it's his. It's
I'm
on
gonna-
his side. Yeah, he came
I'm
off.
going to drop. Yeah. All right. So now, let me know when
Just
you
use
can see that.
the same link, and you can come right back in, David. I'll be watching for you.
Oh, he dropped?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what he was saying. I think I lost you. So he was probably buffering for a little while on his side, you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He'll pop back in. Just use the same exact link. All right, Leanne. Thank you so much, honey, for coming through. Make sure you share it, please. And thank you. Share, share, share. Everybody share it at least once. His name needs to be out there.
Yes.
It's been too long. There's too much going on. We just bear with us. We got to wait for David to reconnect, y'all. We just chilling. Quality time and Q&A. Mr. Robinson. You knew you're emailing me, right? Let me go check my email because I do need that photo to complete it.
And Miss Lynn, most likely Daniel would have to do the same thing if he entered that site. The gate would have to be open. And according to how he met Ken, the other co-worker from the other Southwest Groundwater Company, when they were both assigned to be out there working together, I believe Ken got there first, and then Daniel came behind him, and they went through that gate area off of Sun Valley Parkway together to get to the site.
Perfect.
Okay, great.
All right, I'm back.
Great. All right.
There
Good
you
to have you
go.
back.
I don't know what happened. It's like it threw me off.
We saw it buffering.
Yes.
Yeah.
Technology. There we go. You might have to back up a little bit, John, because I think he was losing you for a minute at the
Yeah,
end.
I did.
Yeah.
Just get ready to tell me something, and it just went away.
Yeah, I was going to show you this this Civil Air Patrol grid map that was allegedly covering the area that's stated out on the map on July 9th when they were out there.
Right.
When you were out there, okay? And I said to myself, if they were out there and this was posted for the date July 9th, and they covered all of this terrain on this map encased right here, why the hell didn't they find Daniel's car where we officially see it on July 19th?
Right.
If they covered all this area. I said, that doesn't make any sense. I said, the first search they did, which was June 25th, they used a helicopter allegedly called the Phoenix Firebird, and they couldn't see this car out there in the desert. They go back July 9th, used the Civil Air Patrol with their equipment to do a wider search of the area, but still they did not find Daniel's car on the 9th. And I was saying, why the hell is that if they covered all this area? How could they have missed it? Not unless, because now you came in and said they weren't there, they were only out there for a limited amount of time and left at least by 12 o'clock. So they weren't out there a full day searching this area.
About a total of 4 hours they was out there, right?
Yeah, okay. 4 hours time. They covered all this area, and still with the Civil Air Patrol, they couldn't find Daniel's car. But here's a rancher that comes and finds Daniel's car on foot.
Well, actually, he said he was in his, I guess, vehicle that was flushing the cattle over. But yes, pretty much so
Yeah.
they get out.
Okay, so he's in a vehicle. Yeah,
Right.
he's in a vehicle covering the terrain, and yet he finds the vehicle where there was two aerial searches that couldn't do it. I just found that strange, because I said if they use this technology, they should have found Daniel's car on the 9th at least. Maybe not so much the 25th when the helicopter was supposed to go up there, and it should have been a low altitude flyover. That's what I would think a helicopter would do, to try to stay close to the ground, looking for a vehicle that's out here in the way out in the desert here.
They use an airplane, airplane that day with the Civil Air Patrol, just a fixed wing aircraft. It's really high up there in the air. So
right,
yeah, on that day, yes.
Yeah, on that day. Okay, so if they used an aircraft to do flyovers and stuff like that, it wouldn't have most likely been low enough to actually capture Daniel's car in the ravine where they had found it on the 19th.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking, because they didn't find it. So, and that's what I said, wow, you go out there with the equipment to do aerial searches, and yet you didn't find it, and yet someone in a moving vehicle on the ground, moving cattle, surprisingly finds Daniel's car on the 19th. So I just found this strange that they posted this map as of July 9th and still didn't find the car, but yet on the map in red, they have the car.
Hold on a second. Yeah, I see what you're saying. How did they know the car's going to be there?
Right. There you go.
That is, wow, I get what you're saying. That's throwing my mind right now. Like, okay, wait a minute. I'm just now hearing what you're saying. That is crazy to me.
Mhm.
Now, wow, that's crazy to me. And when did they release this picture? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Right. According to the website covering the timeline, they released this picture, according to the timeline, July 9th.
Are you serious?
When I can show it to you once again.
Okay.
Yeah, it blew my mind when I saw it too, and I said, they got to be kidding me. They got to be kidding me. So I'll go back to the Buckeye. No, that's not it.
If it was anywhere in the public as of July 9th, then it had to be released July 9th or before.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out, because I know one time I hear them saying they're releasing something because when I started talking about they did half a search. They didn't really, against Civil Air Patrol, what they did and things like that in the public. Yeah, that'd be devastating if they released that before on the 9th or whatever. That's crazy how they can pre-say something they never found the vehicle in the first place. I'm just trying to figure that out.
Exactly. There you go. There you go. And that's what crossed my mind too. So here you have the Buckeye website. Here's Daniel's investigation overview I did yesterday. We go down the timeline dates: 24, 25, July 6th, July 9th, and here's the map. Same one I just got finished showing you. with the Civil Air Patrol's map coordinates covering the same area. And yet, as you can see, there's a car icon in red. So how the hell would they know that if they didn't find it then?
Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah. Wow. That's right. Wow. I need a copy. I need to record that.
Yeah.
Before they change the thing and take things down. That's what they do. Wow. That's
Don't worry, this is recorded. Every minute of this is recorded right now.
wow, that is crazy to me. That's wait till my turn to hear about this tomorrow. So
Yeah, that's
yes. Oh wow.
Because they have it on the website. And according to July 19th, from this map here, July 9, July 15th, Daniel's records were financial records with the assistance of the family ongoing. And here we come to.
We haven't given them a piece of paper from day one. They never got any piece of paper from us or any records from us. So that's false too. So,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now we're here at the 19th, where multiple agencies search with ground and aerial resources. And this is when Daniel's Jeep was found in the ravine, less than 3 miles from the job site.
Yeah.
So now they officially post finding Daniel's vehicle on the 19th. So what confused me was going back to July 9th to say, if they did a flyover and this is the area they flew over, why do they have Daniel's car on the map?
And it was a 9 because I just pulled it up, time step on my pictures. Right. Yes. Oh man, that's crazy. Well, I'm sorry. Did I say 9th? Let me look at the time step again, make sure.
You good for time?
No, I'm good for time. No, I said the time stamp on these pictures. It was on the 9th when those pictures were taken with Civil Air Patrol was out there on the 9th at 9. Like I said, it came around 8 or 9. So I have pictures here from 9:20.
Okay.
So
yeah, so you can see the circle with the X in the middle here, which was the job site. Mm-hmm. And then they have the car posted south, at least 2 3/4 miles south on the same map recorded for July 9th.
I cannot, I don't know how I missed that. And the funny thing is, they gave me a map of the Civil Air Patrol flight, like you said, that right there. And I don't know where it's at. I'm going to find it. And if I see that, I'll have a copy that they actually physically gave me.
Right. Okay.
Right. Yes.
Okay. So I wanted to share that information with you so you'd have a visual. Anything in your records that pertain to this particular item here that's dated timestamp July 9th, you would be able to know far better than I. But I just went to do their timeline, and it really posed a lot of questions as to why this showed up on the 9th, which should have been a part of the 19th if they found the car on the 19th. But I said, well, why the hell do they have it on the 9th?
That's what that's exactly right.
Yeah. So yeah, and if you'd like to have this, I can send you the link to this site so that this way you would have that as part of your records to share with your attorney. And I just found it just so strange that on July 9th, they have this map there with Daniel's car, where he worked, all the area that they covered. And I'm going, okay, there's something wrong here with this picture. And then come to the 19th and then share that same picture that they shared with you, being just one of the pictures that they was able to share with you about the condition that Daniel's car was found.
Wow.
Yeah. So we're looking at it. Let me see if there was one other item I wanted to bring to your attention here. Same picture. The crash data report from the Jeep was taken on July 21st. by the Buckeye Police Department. Do we have a date timestamp for when Jeff began diagnostics and analysis of the Jeep? Because you got it the next day, I guess.
Yeah, I got it next day, but I didn't hire Jeff on until after I had that meeting with Buckeye. And they turned all those things over to me.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, just from that point, was just in the middle of hiring Jeff on at that time. So it's been a couple of days after.
A couple of days afterwards. Okay.
Right,
Okay.
right.
So
that Jeff came into, right.
Okay, and so that would be about 72 hours later. Okay, so all right, so we got a ground search here.
Well, I'll say several days. I won't say a couple of days. Some people say, well, it was only 2 days. No,
Several
okay.
days
out there. It could have been in a week, so I'm not sure. I'd look back at that.
Okay, let's see. We've got volunteer search crews recover a skull on the 29th. It was later determined that the skull did not belong to Daniel. According to the Maricopa Medical Examiner's Office, I was able to go to that website and verify that the information from July 29th was recorded July 31st in the Medical Examiner's Office regarding the skull. And I said, okay, David's search team was able to find something that they didn't have. 2 days later, they end up getting it and recording it in the medical examiner's office. So outside of that, that was the only item that that was registered as active at that time.
Well, I want to throw something in there too. Around that time when we found that skull, well, after we found the skull, I don't know if they recorded it or not, but I can tell you before the vehicle even was found in that well site area and so on, we found human remains before. So that skull wasn't the only human remains. Only thing is when they recorded that July the 29th skull, is because they was in the media calling everything we found animal bones. You know, and the reason why they couldn't, I think the way I was taking it is they don't want Buckeye to look like they have a high crime rate, which they do. And we did have people out there who knew how to identify human versus animal bones. We did find a lot of animal bones out there. Of course, that's the desert. Animals eat animals out there. So we do find animal bones out there a lot, but we know the difference between human remains and animal remains. Just me being a novice can look at certain things that look different, but to have a retired homicide detective that's out there and say, hey, these are human remains. You know, they later came out to the public because the media was repressing Buckeye about these remains that we was finding. There was, I think it was up to like 7 at the time when the skull was found, and they was getting questioned about it, and they say, oh, they all was animal remains except for the skull. See, a skull can't be denied because it's a skull. You know what I'm saying? But everything else they can easily say, brush it off as animal bones, like they did the last remains. Like I told you guys, and I made a video about that with my investigator. Those remains was really fresh. The ones that happened 2 months ago, I think now about a month and a half, 2 months ago. Those are really fresh remains. And that day, they did what they always do. We sent it up to them because, like I said, I have my website set up where they get copies. They came out, sent one officer out saying they couldn't really see the picture or something or the other. We took another picture to them on the spot and sent it up to them again with the officer sitting out there, and they came back immediately, less than 10 minutes, say, oh, they all animal bones. And so, of course, that made me angry. I made a fit out there. Actually, I'll be honest with you, I can be honest. I was really uptight because they did that before, and the media called everything my volunteers find animal bones, and we know those are human bones, somebody's family members on the ground. And so I was showing out there in the desert, and I was cussing the cop out, and also asked them to have that sent to the medical exam. My investigator did that. They did that. They came back 3 hours later from the medical examiner office and say they're all human bones. Then they found, this is the first time I ever seen Buckeye do this. They actually took yellow tape out and made it a crime scene. So and we did the same thing like they did with this, what they put in the report, refusing to acknowledge that we found all these bones, because the human bones. If we would have walked off and said, hey, there was animal bones that day, somebody, family member, still be on that ground right now. So, so that's the thing I'm saying. I don't take nothing Buckeye say and do. We see in that report, don't put a lot of stock into anything, because there's a lot of things where they purposely put in again, and things they purposely leave out, in my opinion. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we're starting to find evidence of that, not only in the first 54-page report, but we're starting to find some consistencies with their irregularities, so to speak.
Right.
You know, and it's critical, and it's a good thing that we're recording all this and creating a paper trail.
Right.
Because if you have to consult with your attorney regarding the legalities in which they did this investigation, you will have everything that you need to challenge it. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, good. I think, yeah, that was one of the main areas that I had major concern about, was that July 9th Civil Air Patrol aerial search, and wanted to know from you how they conducted that, how long they were out there, what they covered. And then you just answered my question as to why the hell the map was there, because there's something wrong with that information that's not posted correctly.
Yeah.
That information is not posted correctly. If they found the vehicle on the 19th, so what are you doing with the map on the 9th?
Right.
That's got Daniel's car in it. You know?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still conscious. I'm still very conscious of your time, so I have to turn it back over to Miss Q.
Yeah, I get carried away, and we talk for hours, and next thing you know, some things I need to get done, I forgot.
Yeah, and the only reason why we do this is because, you know, so that this way you walk away with something in addition to what you have that you feel that may be valuable to your case.
Yes, and
you know,
you're both of you brilliant thinking you got going on here, so I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, we appreciate your time too, because most people would say, look, I only got 30 minutes. What y'all want to talk about? You know? So.
Yeah, we appreciate you sharing, getting to know you a little bit, and just hanging out and letting people know you're human, Daniel's human, we're all human, and we need to help each other.
Yeah, speaking of that, I make some mistakes now. I'm not perfect. Like you said, you know, doing the best I can. Mr. Q probably can testify that to any father, any mother. I can speak of mothers. We already automatically know what mothers do. But, you know, there's always been a stigma against sometimes fathers, like we don't have that same type of love for our children. And, you know, that's far from the truth in my belief. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell you, I can't speak for my dad, for instance. My mom, she was a single parent, you know, and I promised my children they would never, ever go without a father in their life. So the thing is, you know, a father loved their children just as much, and we would go to extremes to take care of our family. You know, I mean, that's just me. I was raised that way. You know, that's a man's birthright. You know what I'm saying? To take care of his family, so, and to provide for them and everything else. So that also mean that even if it came down to it, you may have to even die for your family. So, and that's just my belief, you know what I'm saying? And I can't say that for everybody in the world, but that is my belief, the way I was raised. And my son is my responsibility. Outside of even if Buckeye was out there searching like they're supposed to and everything, you think I wouldn't have came to Arizona? I'm still coming regardless, because I still would have to be here to make sure they're doing those things. So I just wanted to verify it. You know, I'm just not going to sit back, my hands folded, or, you know, sitting on my hands and calling from afar to see what the police department is doing. Hey, have you been out and things like that? No, this is my son. I have to really know what's going on. So,
yeah. And the main thing is too is that they didn't expect you to jump out there and do what you're doing, and getting a search team out there, and getting the you know, Jeff McGrath and his team when he was with you, and news media coverage and everything. So, you know, you kind of like giving them some fire in the storm, so to speak. So they're keeping an eye on you and your activities.
Oh yeah, I know they are.
Yeah, most definitely. You know.
Yeah, I know they are. Yes.
So, and I'm sure that they got some phone calls from the emails that we had sent out to the FBI and the sheriff's office, and they probably get a call from the attorney general, and I hope they do, because it puts indirect pressure on them. Well, not indirect, but direct pressure on them to do something for January 15th, which is the event coming Saturday.
I'm a little worried about the 15th of them coming out. I got a response from Chief Hall today. My attorney, she made me aware of it, because I CC'd her, of course, on that letter also. And I didn't know that he responded again. He hit me up earlier this morning, I believe. And I'm busy entire day doing things. She called me up, hey, you need to check your email. Check that, and he did come off and tell me that. Now, mind you, listen how this sounds to me. This is how it sounds to me. He's the sheriff. He's the chief of police of Buckeye, right? And he asking me, where's the location? Like, you didn't share the location with me where you're gonna have your searches. Mind you, this is the same Chief Hall who was there misdirecting my. He just showed up one time with my search. He didn't bring the officer with him. He just showed up with my search coordinator at the time to one of my searches while I was doing a safety briefing. And he said, hey, I can show y'all where this vehicle was found. And he took us somewhere way from where the vehicle was actually found, and then misdirected me and my daughter and the volunteers, which the rancher just happened to be out there that day. And he redirected us to the right place. So he knows exactly where that Jeep was found, but he did that. The rancher felt purposely. And so long story short, that he knows exactly where we were located. I sent a letter out to him previously where he sent his officers out there without the resources I asked for the last time. Also, he just sent I think it was like 5 officers and 4 vehicles in the Razor. So it's no mistaking. He knows what Sun Valley Parkway is. He know everything about the desert. But he put in that email today. You didn't get back with me to where this location is that you have your searches. And then when I did the long response, I had my attorney to verify before I sent it off to him. He had a automated response, I guess, that kicked it back and say, hey, I'll be out of the office until I think it was the 17th or something out of the 17th. And so that meant he didn't get my response back. I put in there, hey, even the letter I told you, I told him it was on the letter. Refer to the website, call me, or you can get in contact me if you have any questions, whatever, so on, so on, so on. But I'm nervous, and I'm thinking now, like, okay, is that a way to say, well, he didn't give us where he was gonna have it at. We don't know, we didn't know where to send nobody, that type thing. When it was the website on the initial letter, and also he was able to have it automatically reject, I guess, when I sent the response back to the message he left today, that reject, like I said, and say, came back automatically, say, I'm out of office to the.
Wow. Oh, man.
So, that type thing. So after the search is over with, so how ironic is that, that type thing.
Yeah.
But you better I'm really going to put it out there in the media. So they need to show up. They need to show up with the resources that I put along that letter. And if they don't, they haven't seen anything yet when it comes to exposing that, and have people ask those kind of questions, because there are a lot of media out there right now, news media, that's asking and hoping they show up, and they ask me to, let them know things like that. So
right.
Man, come on, Chief Hall, y'all better than that. You out of that? Out for what? They just had the marathon last weekend, so.
Yeah, they was out there running. I was out there searching. Well, of course, I canceled the searches. I didn't cancel for myself and my team. Some volunteers did show up anyway, but I canceled for the safety of the volunteers and also the safety of the runners that was going up and down that closed off street. It's been hard for volunteers to get in that area. We have other ways to get in that area, and I have specialized vehicles to be able to do that I rent out. So, but. Yeah, of course. They need to just show up. That's what I'm saying. They need to.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Have
just show up. Come on, it's simple.
Yeah, and with the resources, I need the resources now.
Right.
He was asking me. He asked me, what is your reasoning? Give me some real, I guess, reasoning why they need to check these mines. These mines in this area. I'm like, because they're in close proximity to
right.
what I said. Because y'all didn't check them yet. That's a real reason.
Yeah, that's what he's saying too.
Right. So that's the
Oh,
reason why you need to do it.
Yeah, because you might uncover something that he's not ready for.
Right. And I'm sure.
You see what I'm saying? You know, if he's giving you like a question as to, you know, what do you need the resources for, and why are you checking these mines out here? And it's like, hey, I'm looking for my son.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Did you forget? You know?
Yeah.
I'm looking for my son. Did you forget? You know, I've been here since June. Come on.
Yeah.
You know?
Nothing changed. I've been here since that time, passionate to find my son. And you know, I mean, I'm sorry if you got some things going on in Buckeye that I'm unaware of. And I mean, it may get exposed only because I'm looking for my son.
Right.
I have nothing to do with that. So I'm just out here looking for my son and do right. And then you won't have those problems. So that's how I look at it. Yeah.
Exactly.
So now on the 15th, you have a city search and a field search, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And the equipment that you would need is to check those vertical mines and the horizontal mines that are in the area that you specify, that you've been able to specify right now.
That's right.
Okay.
I have the locations for, you know, like I told him in the letter today also that if he want to know those, I'm being honest with you. If you want to say I was holding back evidence, one thing I am holding back is the coordinates to these unmarked mines. And the reason why, because I know Buckeye. What they would do is write in their report, well, we already checked them out for you. Pre-date, we did it on our own, but they really didn't do it. But they're right in there. We did it on our own, so they had to come out Saturday to actually do it in front of me. Because I want to see it, you know. And so to keep that from happening, he asked me that. I said, look, you'll have the information when you come to the command center on Saturday. You know, so that's when the information will be given to you. So that's the thing. They had to be out there to get what I have. And,
excuse me, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I apologize.
Right. Yeah. And that's a smart move.
I was talking to my son. I thought I hit mute.
Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay.
Yeah. And that's a smart move because you don't tip your hand before they can in this situation. You know, and it's unfortunate that we have to, you know, almost say something like this, but you know, when you get funny responses from you know, police authorities pertaining to a search, and they're giving you pushback, what you need this for and what you need that for, and why are you still calling us, or why are you still bugging us about, you know, this is over with. We gave you back his stuff. You got his car. You need to, you know, go back home kind of attitude, you know, go back where you come from kind of attitude.
I'll bring that trouble here.
Yeah. You know, you get those vibes, then, you know, they get nervous about something, and I'm sure that they are.
Right. Oh, yeah.
I'm sure that they are. Yeah.
You know, one of the things that bothers me is also I keep getting this thing from the locals. You know, when I have forums like this in the local, people ask like, "Hey, is there certain activities out there that goes on in the desert? For instance, like cartel or you know, human trafficking." I hear that there's a lot of that goes on in that area. That troubles me when it comes to my son. Paul himself, that day he came out, told us that the cartels fly their planes at night on Sun Valley Parkway. They land their planes there at night. So this is things he told me and the volunteers personally, you know what I'm saying? So I always wondered about that. I was like, okay, where'd that come from? You know, so I haven't, of course, I'm not witnessing nothing like that because I'm not out in the desert at night.
Right.
First of all. Second of all, while we're out there, I haven't seen anybody doing anything out in the desert other than practicing and shooting quail, things like that. So, but as in the corridor from some investigative standpoint, for some other sources that I do have other investigator. I have a lot of things going on. People just don't know.
Right.
Investigation. You know, I'm running a couple of them at the same time from different angles. But there's one investigation that I have, a confidant that I have. He's specializes in human trafficking, and he said that's a quarter for human trafficking and also drugs. You know, runs through that. So that's things that kind of do bother me about that desert area out there. Hoping my son didn't get mixed up in something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Having been in the wrong place at the wrong time. And
wrong time, right?
Stuff, right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did were you able to find out a little bit about the federal employee? I guess the law enforcement officer that was out. Yeah. Did anything on that?
It had been stopped because of some YouTuber or Twitter, whatever you call the people that like to be on these social media things. To understand that I was at home.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go home. My mom wanted me there. I was reluctant, of course, because I don't want to lose ground on searching for my son.
Right.
And I didn't want to leave. So while I was there, I did get information about this gentleman that I'm still searching to make sure even that information is correct.
Right.
But at the time, that's all I had to go by. I didn't pull his record or anything, his history, his criminal record, or anything like that. I didn't pull anything from him, but whoever this person is did. And I think because they have this really attitude, I guess, is really condescending. That's the word I like to use. But they have this attitude that I don't use them somehow. I don't love my son or something out of other. But these guys, I owe them something. I need to respond to them quickly when they reach out to me somehow. Even though I have a lot of people that contact me daily, they need to be top number one to me, answering everything to them. So this guy, he went out into our searches when I was going away on Christmas Day.
That's crazy.
He met my logistics coordinator and shared that information with him out there in the desert. Of course, my logistics coordinator shared it with me and told me what was going on. I'm sitting at home with my family. I'm devastated about that. Like, what, here I am just not digesting it. Before I even can, the next day try to see about it, this guy, he posted it all over social media and then started saying some things about me as a father, saying I knew all of this and I didn't do nothing about it. It's just things like that on social media, saying, and that bothered me because what happened was he didn't know that even when he sent that information, at the time my search logistics coordinator was letting me know the information. I was actively talking to this guy. I was getting information from him. I have recorded stuff. I have information I was putting down. This man was sharing so much with me. He was sharing pictures, coordinates, this, that, blah, blah, blah. And then I need a little bit more information to see. And I don't call nobody. I'm suspicious by everybody. Everybody is a suspect to me. But at the same time, I want to see this guy. So this is before I even knew about this information. But when I found out, that really put me in a position like, I'm glad I got something from him, but I need a little bit more. But then I found out he put it all on the internet. This guy shut down on me. Now I can effectively get more information that he's finally got comfortable with me. It took a long time to get him to get comfortable with me and start sharing some things with me. I didn't look at him as no suspect or anything. I was actually looking at him as a person that knew what happened to my son, seeing some things that I can know that what happened to my son. I'm saying if this guy turned out to be a suspect, they just killed all of that by trying to play investigator, I guess, and throw all that information out in the street like that. That was really horrible. But as in anything new about this gentleman, I have no clue. I'm just waiting until I get his new investigator and see if they can he can come in and kind of help me out with that part.
Yeah, or open that door again. Yeah,
right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And you got to understand now, this man, because he could be a liar and he's a federal law enforcement officer and kind of stuff, but that don't mean that his statement was a lie. So some of those things I was trying to make sure that my investigator, and and this is the part that bothered me also, and the reason why it took me so while to want to digest that is because I was on social media and I also did in my family conference speaking about this guy. Speaking about him and taking it as facts. Because I'm relying on, I can't do everything. I'm not vetting all the volunteers that come in to make sure they're supposed to be carrying weapons or not, for instance. People come with their tips and everything. I can't vet them. That's what the investigator's job is. That's the reason why I hired him. That's the reason why he's getting paid. that's the reason why he's supposed to be doing that stuff. So when they allow those guys to come to me, and I verified, you probably can see it on the family conference. I looked at my investigator and say, be sure this is what, I could pull it. Yeah, And so I had the surety that this guy's been vetted very well. And his story fanned out, like I was saying, because that's what I was told. And but I put it out there in the media, and now I have to kind of retract some of that if it turns out that this report is true. I still can't say it's true because somebody could have put a picture on some report and say that's him. I don't know. I just need to go and verify all that.
Right. Interesting.
That's
Ms.
crazy.
Q?
People just do anything for a damn click and a view.
Yeah, and that's all it is. Yeah, just want to get attention or something, but really they're hurting. That really damaged a lot. It really did. It damaged a whole lot.
Hopefully he'll open back up. I mean,
I hope so.
And understand the big picture, and that you didn't have anything to do with that weirdo.
Right. Exactly.
So sad.
Even if I found that, I wouldn't have put it out in the public. That wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Right.
I would have had to. Hopefully, it would have found it before I even said anything about it in the first place. But if it somehow got past me and that would have happened, I would have put it out in the public until we could have vet everything and be sure about certain things.
Yeah, because that's the right way to do that. The
Right.
same thing with that comment we talked about, the whole was it PCP comment that they it slipped out into the news. It's like you don't just say stuff because you think it might be not on the news. Maybe.
Not on the news. That's what my investigator that. Yeah, that's one of the things that me and him had a problem with. That was if you got a theory like that, it's theories are not true. That's theories that you're working with the possibility. And that's just sort of kind of theories like that. I can see you have certain theories, but a theory like that is something you just don't say publicly that you have a theory. You know what I'm saying? Because people will take it as you saying that's exactly what happened. And you're an investigator saying that's how they'll take it.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Especially an investigator. For the father, they're gonna definitely be like, well, he said.
Right.
So, that was really bad. And then to start what he tried to do, if I'm hearing you right, this blogger or whatever, he tried to spin it as though you had information that could help your son and you didn't do nothing about it. But meanwhile, you're gathering information so you can actually make an informed decision instead of just acting.
That's right. That's right. Exactly.
Got
that's right. And you have put everything, Mr. Q, and I'm sure you have a nice size file or something, keeping up with things you find out, even from this case. You have to write things down, and you might have to go back to it because things this gentleman said to me, I can always use as a reference point. Saying, hey, he said this on this date, blah blah blah. I even have the recording of him saying it and things like this, and so I always have those records. Saying because you never know that they come back in handy, and like Mr. Q would say, I'm sure, and it comes back in handy and you need it. What if he turned out to be a suspect, which I hope not, but let's say he did, then you have these indications of things you need to know because you already got those things directly from him, in his own mouth, right?
Absolutely. God,
right.
that's
when is the next time you're going to be talking with your attorney in reference to, I guess, over the weekend, so to speak?
Well, I'm definitely talking to her tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just showed me that website. Definitely, I know this video. I'm gonna play this back to her too. If she can come watch the show. I'm definitely going to mention that to her and see what my legal standards on that is from that perspective. Since I don't have an investigator right now, from that perspective, or from her legal advice and things like that. So.
Definitely.
Yeah.
At least
you may want to
some questions.
Yeah, you may want to speak with him in reference to a FOIA request to the Buckeye Police Department to release any and all the information they have on this case. Not just the police report, but we want the aerial report that was done on June 25th from the helicopter called the Firebird.
Yeah.
We want the Civil Air Patrol aerial report from the Civil Air Patrol people who had to report to the Buckeye people in order for them to write the report that they sent you see,
Right.
to see independently what they did search during that time and why they did not locate Daniel's car on the 9th.
Right.
Okay, because that's going to be critical information. So if your attorney can fill out that FOIA and request that information directly from them, by law, they have to turn it over and not withhold
That's right.
it.
That's freedom of information. That's right.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, they should be giving all that up.
And then we can speak privately on some information I do want to talk to you about, and it is concerning the rancher.
Okay. You know, I have a feeling I have to rethink something. When you say that, I have a feeling I have to rethink some things. So,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
you know, like I tell people all the time, I hear some things that I have to go through. It devastates, almost like this gentleman with the whole record thing. I never had a son missing before. I think nobody ever, when they have a missing person, never had that done before.
Mhm.
And it's not every day that a person would go out and take. I know John Walsh did go out on their own and go search for their son or loved one. And when they do that, trying to pull an investigator, I'm not. I didn't come from retired from the military to become an investigator and understand the ins and outs of investigating. You know, I never took an investigative class or anything like that. So, you know, mistakes can be made, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You know, but at the same time, when I hear things that come to me, I'm learning as I go. I learn as I go, and things come to me, I have to consider those things. I consider a lot, trust me. It's always, I have to consider something. People come with different things at me every day. And, you know, I have to consider a lot of things.
And that's probably going to keep happening. I mean, that's why you have to go over and over and over the information.
Yes, you ought to see my living room.
I bet.
Everybody, yes. And some I can't get. And I know some people get uptight with me. Oh, you haven't responded back to me. If they only knew what my phone even looked like, you know, I think I need a new phone. That's so crazy.
They should be able to really imagine what your phone looked like. Come on.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes. To try to put pings and try to things kind of organized in the phone, and you know, just try to put certain things like you said, Ms. Q. If you would have left that on a text message, for instance, I would put a pin on your message and make it stay at the top so I can go back. So since there's new stuff coming in at the bottom, I won't miss the stuff at the top.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Right. So I just say I got my little message in there. Say when he see it. It'll be right there.
Yeah.
I understand.
Sometimes I see it, and then I'll get ready to respond. Somebody call or something. It'll be something crazy just like that. Then I forget about it all after that call. You know, move on to something else. You know, so it happens.
I thought that happened with the pictures. That's why I was like, let me ask him because I checked the inbox and son, is that you? Sorry, it's a lot going on outside. I checked and I didn't see it, so I said, let me text him. And you said no, I sent it. I said, you need. So I went back and I did a search and they were right there. But I figured maybe you got busy because I know you texted and said, I'm sending it now. So that's why I said, let me check because he said now. So
that's right.
It was on.
Yeah, it wasn't like now. Now it's the other now. You know.
I thought, maybe it was like, you're military now or something. So
that's
I
right.
said,
hurry up and wait on it. You know.
But I would have understood. Because look what you're dealing with. You know what I mean?
Yes, it happens. So I apologize in advance to people all the time. You know, look, you know, try to get to everything. I keep saying, I said to Ms. Q before too, and yourself. Sometimes I feel like I need a secretary or a publicist or something. You know, because there's a whole lot of information coming at the same time, and people say, you know, it's funny. They say, well, you need to write this down. You need to write this. I do write things down, but then I forget to look at it. So I wrote it down, but still, I didn't think about looking at it.
Yeah. Well, I told you I got those secretarial skills, so you just
that's
let
right.
me know.
That's right. Yes, you did tell me that.
That's what Uncle Sam did. I mean, I didn't plan it. They just threw me into information management, and the next thing you know, I was organizing, and that's
right.
what I've been doing with information and technology my whole life.
Yes.
Now,
Somebody
like
asked, what's that? Fingerprinting? Somebody asked about the fingerprinting. Do they do
I
fingerprinting
saw that
on the
question.
gate? On which gate? I was just trying to figure out which gate is. Speaking
Oh,
of,
what gate, you guys? Put the rest of the what gate?
because
Maybe the gate, because you said Daniel had to go through a gate, or
they had to go
Ken
through the
went
gate, right?
maybe that gate.
Yeah, he mentioned about a gate, and then I know that if Daniel somehow was driving, like he said, went west, that road, like Mr. Q know too, it
Right.
bends down southward. Once you go west a little bit, it bends down southward. When you start heading southward towards that
Utility, power utility. Mm-hmm.
that's where the gate is. The gate is only a few hundred feet before you get there, and you have to literally open this big wood gate with metal fencing, and just get it. It's a wide gate. There's a really wide gate, so you have to open that up just to get there. So that gate, fingerprinting wise, I wouldn't see. I was surprised because there's a lot of people
Definitely
probably
surprised.
with that gate. So I don't know. Yeah, if that would have helped that day, and if Buckeye did something like that, I don't see it in the report. So I only go by what they have in the report, and also what I know that they told me in that meeting that they didn't do. Like I know they didn't do forensic work on the scene, despite what they changed in on the new reports. I guess say they suggest like they did or something, but they didn't. You can look at the pictures and know that nothing was done forensic wise. And also, if I was to redact those first reports, and they don't have it there in that report, so. And also the witness that I had at the meeting from the NAACP, and also my recordings, where they say they didn't do it because they didn't see no blood in the vehicle. That was their reasoning why they didn't do forensics work on the scene.
A whole crash in the middle of the desert, and are they kidding me right now, man?
Yeah, because at the same time too, it's interesting that you brought that up. We were looking at, excuse me, we were looking up airbag deployment, and how they work, what they work by, the two chemical compounds that are involved, and making that type of a safety system work would be found on, as I said, Daniel's clothes. And if he was impacted by one of the airbags, especially the driver's side airbag, it would have left some kind of skin burn or injury marks, on his face, chest, arms, hands, etc. Because we were looking at some pictures this afternoon on people who have suffered injuries from those airbags, and it, to say the least, would leave DNA on the airbag if he was impacted by it.
That's right.
So I would think that the Freedom of Information Act, once that's, done, if it will say if they did do DNA, it should show up, and it should also say if they didn't do DNA, that should show up too.
Right.
Either way, we'll get what your case needs, because in this event, they should have done that based upon the clothes that were left 3 feet from the car, you see?
Right.
And the jeans and the shirt and the vest and the, it seems like all the items were turned inside out. They were in reverse.
Right.
The shoes were scattered, one to the left, one to the right, one near the vehicle, one away from the vehicle. So that would be enough information for, I would definitely say that would convince the FBI, if it was on federal land, once that's put together, for them to, review it independently through your attorney, if that's possible. If the Buckeye Police Department doesn't want to open up a door for you that way, then your attorney should try to open up that door with either the FBI or the Attorney General. So tomorrow I'm going to have a busy day returning phone calls to those emails that I sent out. And one of those phone calls is going to go to the FBI and Attorney General first, because I need to find out some information as to what can activate them if local law enforcement is found not doing their job properly. What actions can the Attorney General and or the FBI could do to get involved to oversee a missing person investigation that needs to be escalated to a different level? And that would be, they should have had an endangered missing person
That's right.
indicated first because of Daniel's condition, physically,
And not only that, they believe on his mental status too, because if they want to go all out and say that Daniel has some type of I guess depression or something out of it, I guess the picture they wanted to paint. If they actually really believe that, then yeah, that should have also been considered, along with like what you said, his physical, and the fact that he's not from Buckeye and he never been in that area before, he's an endangered person.
Right. So that will also give us information from them as to how they can respond to a situation like this, which would be good. So I'm very excited about getting on the phone tomorrow to dig into that, and then find maybe a couple of doors that we can open up in that direction as well, and also find out how the 15th is going to turn out.
Yes.
Yeah, in terms of the city and desert search that you're conducting.
And go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you fine. I'll just stand open there.
I wanted you to go first. All I was going to do was piggyback, what John was saying, and ask you to confirm. The chief wrote back this morning, and it was blah blah blah, a whole bunch of blah blah blah, and they're probably not going to be there.
I hope you do. I really hope you do, because I mean, one of the biggest things, like I wrote in that letter, I really mean that. I mean, I'm hoping that somehow I can work with law enforcement, that they do the right thing. They do the right thing. They have the resources, meaning that they can bring in, ask for help. They have equipment and stuff that I'm sure some law enforcement, that even though they can't help it, they can get it from, like they did. They claimed they went to Phoenix to get that Firebird. They can go somewhere else and get the equipment that they need from another agency that they need to do the search properly. So certain things that like I keep saying over and over again, and it's very humbling for me because I'm retired military, and I don't like. I'm a private person too. I was enjoying my retirement as a retired guy, but at the same time, just doing this for my son, I have to say a lot. And one of the things is I have to admit, to be honest, that I wouldn't be out here with the resources and how much it costs us to run a search, and also like this place I'm staying in right here, this 1-bedroom apartment, to eating, to whatever the case. Man, I still have a home in South Carolina that I have to pay mortgage on and take care of. I have a young daughter that I take care of. She's 14 years old. So the thing is, I'm saying that the bills don't stop and things don't stop in life. But I'm out here to find my son. And if it wasn't for the generosity of the volunteers, the people all over this country that donate to the GoFundMe, for instance, I wouldn't be out here as long as I have been financially. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thanking God for that, first of all. But Buckeye, they have ways to get the resources and the money they need and everything else to conduct searches properly. And that's all I'm asking. Like, look, I got the passion. I'm going to be here. I'm not leaving. I'm going to be here to look for my son. You have the resources and the money. Let's go at it. Let's go at it as a team. I need you to work with me, not work against me. That's the thing. Yes.
Because there's no reason to work against you. None whatsoever.
My son is missing, not their son. It's my son. So there's no reason. They have no reason. My son is don't have nothing over their head, or I don't know what the reason would be. They would be so hard on. I don't know. Maybe they don't have a budget. Just don't want to spend money on my son, or I just never can understand that. I never understand.
It shouldn't even be a question. That's the thing. It's like we shouldn't have to figure that out. We should just get the help that we need.
Exactly.
Because it could be any of us. So I mean,
their own child. Yes.
Come on, man. And they will pull out all the stops then, I bet.
Oh, if it was their child, they'd be out there every day, every yeah, it would have been so much resources used. I think in the Tito, what I was told by Gisla, that the Tito family, when they did the investigation just for the man, the guy that's the murderer, they spent without having him on GoFundMe in 6 months, they spent that in a day looking for that guy.
Brian.
Yeah. And they've been doing it for weeks. And so
They
the
did.
thing is, I'm saying is, you know how much money was spent just look for this criminal. And but here's my son. He's a geologist. He don't have he don't even have a speeding ticket. You know what I'm saying? He's a contributor to society. He's brilliant-minded, nice guy. You can have a meet. You know, so don't judge people. I never raised him that way. You know, just do what he's supposed to do. I mean, he smoked weed or something. He's that's what he did in college. You know, and so you know, the thing is, but they don't want to spend money on them. I just don't understand that. I don't want to get the resources. No. One thing that killed me when I read in the report, the first one, it said they're defending themselves, say, "Oh, we searched, we've got outside resource. They reached for other agencies, or whatever." If they saying borrowing a vehicle from Phoenix is asking for other resources coming in, other agencies. That's what they say. They work with other outside agencies. That's how they put it. I never met them. I've been here for 6 months now. I have never met anybody outside of Buckeye that said they was helping with Buckeye with my son's case or came in to do any kind of help. You know what I'm saying? Other than
they're talking about Phoenix.
Yeah, just that one time. But I'm saying they play that word game and make the public think, oh man, they got these. They say they had outside agencies. We work with outside agencies.
That's not outside anyway, because Phoenix and Buckeye are like
right next door.
Yeah. They play that word game.
Come on. Word games, you're right. That's all that is.
Smart enough to, I can see what they're doing. I you know, I'm a college student too. I didn't finish in my college, but I'm just saying, I think anybody with a half a brain can see them doing that word game. If you really pay attention and you know what's really going down on the ground, you tell them, say, "Oh my God," you know. That's why I don't read the report. That last one, they'll bring some new stuff to me. I'm like, what? They got that in the report? Because I haven't read the latest report because it makes me sick to keep hearing the stuff they put in there over and over again and changing stuff up, things like that. So
because they're creating a narrative and you want the truth.
That's
frustrating. Yeah.
Yes. I have some boards right here. I'm about to put my timeline out. I've been working on it for the last little bit of time. I'm almost getting there, but I'm putting my own timeline up and also I'm making my own report. And what I these big poster boards are here next to me, and they're gonna be. I'll make a video, and we're gonna go down the timeline against their report. I'm letting them go ahead and do their report, but I'm put some facts. The facts is gonna be there, backed up by video. It's gonna be backed up by documents and also recordings off their own words. So things like that, so they can't deny anything. But then what's gonna happen is I'll just let them keep writing stuff in their report, and what's gonna happen is people gonna hear them say the lies they put in their report. Because they're gonna be their own reporter and their own voices. So the thing is, I'm saying is, Buckeye need to be careful by continually just adding things to that report that ain't true and just playing these word games because they're gonna come back to bite them. It's really they already got caught 3 times falsifying reports. Especially the crime statistic. Chief Hall got suspended because of that before. And a couple of them got fired. One of them quit before he got fired, but the other one got fired. So, but they kept him on as chief for whatever reason. And so the thing is, saying so they gotta be careful for all that falsifying reports because it just keeps showing them they do it consistently. You know,
on other cases they did that, and Chief Hall.
Yes, he got suspended. Chief Hall got suspended for that.
Yeah, a whole reputation, Buckeye.
People don't know that. Yeah, that department. They're lying to me.
I knew someone right with that department. Scott H., where are you? They got a whole reputation for exactly what they are doing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, look it up. I can see the link there from the local news articles and stuff about Chief Hall. He got suspended. I think they only gave him so many hours though. The other guy got fired, and the other one quit. I guess he didn't want to lose his pension, so he quit before it could happen. But the thing is, that's from the crime statistic, and that kind of consistent to my search is finding remains out there, which is just a crime scene. that they haven't never made a crime scene, and that make Buckeye look bad. Here it is. I think they looking at it like, hey, this guy finding these remains out here. We can't say they're remains because they putting these they spending millions of dollars on this development that I'm rushing against right now, and I'm sure they want me out of there because people they build houses there, and people say, hey, is this the area that man? Remember that man looked for his son? He found all these dead people out here. I ain't living out there. You know how people are. And they don't want to lose that money. So yes.
Yeah. So they don't see that's the politics of things. Because who cares about new development? You know what I mean? Who cares? Do you really want to build these homes here when you don't really know if someone's child might be? You know what I mean? Like they should be looking at it differently.
Right.
No,
that's what FBI is crucial. They have the resources to actually find everything out there. And Buckeye can't do it. They need to call in the FBI to get these resources that they don't have. They need to have the specialized equipment out there to find every remain they can find out there before they build this development. Because if I don't look at this ain't just about my son Daniel, it's about other people's families too. Right. We found some remains out there, so that means that hey, we don't know how many more out there. So we're still constantly looking. And if somebody family members out there, they need to be found before they break ground and start burying things. So
definitely
bring those people home. Families.
They belong to somebody. Yeah, bring them home.
Exactly.
Facing reality. Wanted to tell you that you are an amazing father. Love your determination. My hair, it just got making me itch, y'all. Sorry. Sending you all the support and love. That's for you, David.
Yeah, I'm trying to read some of it. It's getting away from me a little bit. I had to scroll back down a little bit. And,
I know it starts moving.
That. Yes.
Would a head injury cause one to strip?
That's what Buckeye told me. That theory, the first theory they gave me was that he. They said this is how they said it. He said, "Well, the good part is your son didn't sustain any injury. He had a seatbelt on. We didn't see any blood in the vehicle. He took his seatbelt off. He crawled out the window, and he but he must have sustained a severe head injury that make him shred his clothes off." So I'm like, how did that go together? Okay, you say he didn't get injured, no blood in the vehicle, but then at the same time you say he had a severe head injury that made him shred his clothes. He said it makes it when a person. He was explaining to me, I'm not a scientist, but he was like, right. Person was like, really? He's like, yeah. He said when a person have a severe head injury, they think they hot, and they strip their clothes off, and then they go hide up in a tree somewhere to cool off. That's how you put it at first. You know what I'm saying? The first initial thing he told me. So the thing was, I couldn't argue with him because I don't know anything about head injury. I'm like, okay, that is crazy. I don't know. I had a head injury. People don't know that. I had a brain injury from Afghanistan. I got hit by IEDs constantly. So the thing is, yes, I have. I got medevac out of Afghanistan from a head injury. I didn't shred my clothes off, but I'm just saying. I had some other issues. Thank God that I was able to get rid of those issues that caused me to be medically retired from the military. But I didn't never shred my clothes from a head injury. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how severe it was, but it was severe enough that the Army couldn't retain me. So at the time, but yes. So I don't know what he really can do. So I just had to take his word for it. And at the time, but then over time, when I started looking at the details of my son's clothing on the ground versus certain things, and then the statement about the monastery afterwards when I went to go, so that just made me question a lot of things.
Of course, because it's like, why would y'all say that? That make you do one of these? Like, now I got to question everything because that just was dumb. That was really dumb.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was disrespectful more than anything.
Because even if he bumped his head really hard, didn't leave blood or DNA, and climbed out the window, the sunroof, and got naked, and then what? You can't. The story can't just stop. They don't have a thing.
I read in my letter, and I was talking about the cadaver dogs. Buckeye, and this is from the statement that I have, a recorded statement and testimony from the rancher. He told me the whole timeline. My investigating myself, everything he observed when he was out there. Like I tell you, he took more pictures than they did of that scene. that, or at least that I know of, that they gave me. And you know, one thing he told me that stood out to me, in their report, they said they had cadaver dogs, and they told me personally too. They said, hey, we had Mr. Rosen. I know he was marking me. Now look hindsight, this investigative difference was marking me. He said we had cadaver dogs, we had tracking dogs and cadaver dogs with S. Again, it's plural thing. And he said we had a helicopter came out and looked for your son. We stayed out here for almost 20 hours. Oh no, 12 hours. It was out for like 12 hours. And the helicopter was flying so low, if you hold your hand in the air, you could touch the bottom of it. The man was hanging out and looking for your son. Like, I mean, he was telling me all this stuff, amazing stuff, right?
Wow.
Guy, and he was telling me the stuff. The rancher told me there was no helicopter. He said there was only one dog, and that dog came out at 10 o'clock at night. They brought that dog out at 10 o'clock, and they told him that all the dogs was in some kind of training or something out of. He was
all the dogs, Lord.
Oh yeah, one dog. He don't know what type it was, but he says only one dog. They took it out about almost a mile away from that crash site, and then they at 10 o'clock at night. Then they brought it back to the truck because they said the mountain lion was stalking it, and they left. The vehicle was at that time the vehicle was already gone. They dragged it out of there, you know what I'm saying, with a tow company, I guess. And it just little things like that. He was giving me the details about that day. So you know, I question a lot of things when they tell me. I'm saying I had to take all of the stuff in all the time. The things I see on the report versus things that I know on the ground. I don't like those two things don't match up to me ever, never ever do.
Well, they should have left out what they said about the drone. They should have left that out, because when I read that, I was like, I did another one of these, you know, but you got to look to the side. Like,
you said a drone? I'm talking about the day they found
the drone that they sent up for Daniel. In the police report, it says that it ran out of batteries about an hour and a half up. It ran out of batteries, and they couldn't recharge it because they were too far out in the desert, which means you didn't plan to go out here and search for this man in the desert. It's written in the report. Like, this is tacky.
Well, you know, it's funny because I took my drone out there last week on the search I had for myself and my team. And I used my drone. I had only 2 batteries, and that lasted me the whole entire search. So, you know, if you use it properly, you can use it. And I took a lot of pictures, extensive pictures. But one thing, when they mentioned the drone, I'm glad they did now, because that's not in the original report. They saying something about helicopter. There was never a helicopter out there because the rancher said it wasn't. The second part is it's consistent what the rancher told me at the time, because when they gave me the pictures I was telling you guys about after the rancher gave me his statements and all that stuff. They had to give me the pictures. I said, this is all the pictures. Yeah, everything we got. They gave me all the pictures they said they got of that scene. All of it was drone footage. There's no helicopter footage. You would not find any helicopter footage from Buckeye. I think Mr. Q was looking at one of the pictures, said, hey, I don't know this helicopter, or no, that's the pictures. That's exactly what I have from Buckeye, and they have it labeled drone footage. They labeled it. Detective Biffle labeled it for me. It was on one of their flash drives they gave to me, and they labeled it drone footage. So I still have the exact way they gave me, still have the same flash drive, and they labeled it drone footage. They never had no helicopters out there. Looking for my son, this extensive search they claim they did, and man, hanging out the helicopter, flying at low altitude, so low that you can touch the bottom of the helicopter. You know,
he said all that extra
stuff to me. Yes, and I don't know if they think it's funny or they're just being heartless or what. But you know, I was looking back at certain things they said to me or whatever and do. They actually was marking me and thinking light of my son missing. I mean, I really think they're thinking it's something. It's something. I can't say what they're thinking, but the thing is, when I think about it, of course, it makes me angry. When I have to relive those thoughts in my mind, the things that happened, I actually forget about it, and then I have to remember those things again.
Yeah, for sure, because that ain't right. Like I said, okay, if that's what y'all believe, okay. Now he's naked. He's walking through the desert. Okay, then what? Did he make a left or right? Did he get to the road? Did he get picked up in a car? Where is he now? Where's the monastery? Where's the nearest monastery? I mean, since y'all say
monastery is two S's up from Sunville Parkway. You go 2 S's up going west. Yeah, we went. We searched that. We went to that monastery. And it was closed because of COVID. Believe it or not, a monastery closed because of COVID, but it was closed. And so there was nobody there when we went to go check it out. And also, I wanted to throw out that here it is. When my investigator came along, we brought our own cadaver dogs 3 times, 3 different sets of dogs out there. Buckeye said they did this on when my son's vehicle was found. They used cadaver dogs, right? Mind you, they got that in the report. Like I said, the register it wasn't a cadaver dog. It was one dog, some type of, I guess, tracking dog or something. He didn't know exactly what it was, but it had to be because if it was a cadaver dog, that dog would have alerted on the same tree these other dogs alerted on, which is only a few hundred feet from where my son's vehicle was found. And those dogs are trained only to find dead human. You know what I'm saying? No animals, no nothing, nothing else. So why did these dogs alerted on the same exact tree, only a few hundred feet from where my son's vehicle was found? And Buckeye haven't done an investigation on that. You know what I'm saying? So this stuff is verified stuff, you know what I'm saying, that was done. And so I have problems with that. That didn't make it in a report. Was able to give that information to Buckeye and everything else, but that kind of stuff didn't make a report. What did they cadaver dogs? They wrote that in for, we use cadaver dogs. Okay, what did your cadaver dogs find?
Right.
You know, so it kind of makes me, like I said, they just doing shoddy work, or I don't really care work. I just want to make it look like I'm doing something so the public think, give us a image, whatever, but we don't want to find this man's son. You
have to try to figure it. Which one is it? That's the part that got you like scratching your head. Which one is it? Did y'all do something? Did y'all not do enough?
Yeah, but I did go out and what I did is last weekend. Well, I'll tell you about this off record because it's something I did, and you guys will be, and I think you both would be proud of what I did because I'm really investigating some things myself based on. Well, maybe I need to read this new report so I can add some more to. I'm doing it based on the old reports, but I'm going to do see what they wrote new on this new reports, and then show when I write this timeline, show the inconsistencies and stuff like that. I do have my own footage now, so especially with my drone that I finally took to invest in a drone for the searches. So we don't have to keep asking the volunteers to bring their drones, and sometimes they come, sometimes they don't. So I just went and invested in one, and so I'm able to get some of those footages that I wanted for a long time, the angles that certain people may be using and stuff like that, and kind of compare it to certain things.
Right, and we do know now. And we do know also that the towing company that Buckeye Police Department use is Easy Towing.
Okay,
that
what color
is
what color are their trucks?
What color are their trucks?
I know y'all
I'll be looking into that. We were able to get some photos of one other towing company, which is Snappy, is another one. They have a yellow truck.
Okay.
But the towing company, and I'm only mentioning this because one of my private investigator colleagues is in the chat room and taking notes of tonight's live. So I just want to make sure that I express key points for them to put down in their notes. This way, when we reconvene to check these other items out, we know exactly what we're looking for. So it is Easy Towing that the Buckeye Police Department contacted to take Daniel's car out of the ravine and bring it to the compound.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. So we'll be looking into them as well.
Yeah, I just want to know what color their vehicle was, or also to kind of dismiss certain things that the theory that my investigator and I was talking about at one point. So I just kind of want to look them up and figure that out also.
Right. And I can do it. I can do a quick check while we're online now.
Yeah, I didn't want to jump off the screen, but I'll do it with my phone so you can get it.
Mm-hmm.
Very important. DNA off that adoption I always have to look at your name twice. Adoptionscams.com said DNA off that tree. CM has a gal who can do that. Really? Chris McDonough has a person who can get DNA? Well, I don't. Well, I'm sure David has his contact because you were over there at the interview room.
Oh yes. Well, he called me the other day, and I think he wanted me back on the show again, so I can probably ask him. Yeah, he didn't give me a date yet, I don't believe. He probably did. I hope I didn't miss his date. So, that goes back to what I was talking about earlier. Sometimes if a person don't tell me more than one time, then I said, yeah, I'll be on your show. I'll do this. And then that day probably come and go, and I'm like, wait a minute, did I miss that show? I hope I did.
Going on. He will. I'm sure he'll understand. He'll reach out.
I hope so. Yes, I apologize up front. Yes.
Easy telling Anna that they did not get his truck.
Yeah, that would be a white truck with blue letters, easy towing.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, and I think I'm just trying to pull it up now, but yes, and thank you for letting me know that, because that dismisses some things, the theory that that we had about certain things right now.
Yeah. Okay.
You'll have to email me. We'll see why they said that. Anna had reached out. I know she was talking about the tow trucks. The last Q Squared live we did with you, and she had reached out to the companies, and she said that Easy Towing told her they did not get Daniel's truck. So while we got this mix of information coming from those guys, I don't know, but I know she did talk to them too.
Yeah, because in the body of the police report that Buckeye wrote, it stated when they found the vehicle on 7/19 that they did use Easy Towing, which was they used a 4x4 towing truck to actually remove the vehicle from the ravine. So if Anna got different information,
I'm wondering why. Different. I know, and that weird. Yeah, she just said I called it. Very strange.
It's so much strange stuff happening. I'm not laughing. I'm not smiling and laughing. I'm laughing and smiling for my anger and all kinds of stuff. Like it's too weird to me that some of the things are so screwy and it's been like this from day one. It's so frustrating mentally. I tell my family all the time. Sometimes I wonder how I'm still surviving mentally.
Seriously,
it's crazy. So many different directions. Like this, really. Oh man, it's crazy. Really crazy. Yeah. It's a wild ride. I'll just put it that way.
And you are like carrying all the weight.
Yeah. Well, you know, I love my son, and that's the thing that I'm gonna keep reminding myself of that. And I love my son, and that's genuine. When I say that, I love all my children. It ain't just him. I love all my children, and I tell them all the time, if it was them, it'd be the same as that way.
Of course.
So to be able to stay mentally like that, like I said, whenever I feel a certain way, I just think about them, and the reasoning, and things like that, and that just keep me going.
Yeah.
That's a good place to go. That's a good place to go.
It'll
because that will help you to withstand all of the BS that's out there that represents the weight of resistance to get to the truth. So.
I aged since I've been here. I used to look like I was 22 years old until I got here. Now I'm about 52 or something.
Now that one I'm gonna have to call bullshit on.
Some people,
Look, now I'm calling bullshit on you on that one.
No, I had I keep my hair shaved all the time, but I actually let my hair grow. I was so busy, and people know me that they never see me with hair since I was. My children always ask me like, "Dad, I can't remember you ever have a hair in your head." And I said, I used to have all kind of the lineups. I was all real. And Daniel would tell you if he was here how critical I am about him and his brother having their lines. Their lines got to be right in their head. Because I make sure my lines are right, And I let my hair grow. I think it was when I was coming back here from home. I didn't care. I let my hair grow. I had a little afro, and I saw some gray in my hair. I'm like, when did I get gray hair? You know? Yeah, I saw some gray strings in there. I was like, oh no, that's got to go. You know, bring it back on.
That's gonna mess up your complexion, right?
A couple of them in there somewhere. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, that must have came from my dad in Arizona. I was like, because I used to let it grow all the time. My dad have a head full of black hair, you know, so don't have not one gray strand. I'm like, and he's old. He's 70-some years old.
I don't know that it really has anything to do with age, because I've seen some young people with with grays.
With gray hair, yeah.
Where I'm from, they say it's a sign of wisdom. And
Yes,
that's
what I heard too. Yes.
Yeah. This damn hair.
Well, I might need some more then. Get some more wisdom going on.
He said, hair? Oh no, ain't great.
I saw that gray string in my hair. I'm like, man, you know. I think I got one on my eyelash somewhere too. I was looking in the mirror, like I thought it was Glenn trying to brush it off.
You look good, David. You look wonderful, honey, especially with everything you are up against.
Yeah.
You hold your head up high. You look good.
Well, you know, I appreciate that. You ought to imagine what's going on inside sometimes. Sometimes we want to cuss these people out. I ain't gonna lie to you, but I tell you what.
I know it. I mean, what else can you do? It's all, and then now they want to be in your business, but they out your business. It's like, if you're not gonna help me, leave me alone. That's how I operate. If you're not gonna help, you need to shut up. Don't just keep on over here and now I need to send you evidence, and are we working together or not? Right,
exactly. Right.
Yeah.
You know,
it's real simple.
And that's what we need is some real honest police work. That's what I need. And you know, they got to understand that I'm one of those type fathers that's not gonna leave them alone. You know what I'm saying? In other words, I'm gonna be actively involved. And just like the letter I said, I want us to work together. I mean, it's never, even if they was doing the right thing, it wouldn't be them working by themselves. As a parent, I would be actively working with them, you know, to help. He's my son. I had to, you know, well, I keep sounding like a broken web, but that's what I feel. He's my son.
All right.
It's
okay. You can say
you
that.
have to, you know, you have to, you know, be involved. You know, saying those just sit back and, you know, this is your flesh and blood. No, he's my son.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense to me, but I'm telling you, as I say yeah to you, I'm thinking of all these stories where these parents, they don't do what you're doing. And not that everybody can afford it either, but what they can do, they don't do.
Right. You know, that's the thing what you said. Sometimes I look back and I say, yeah, right, it might be a financial thing. Just like I said, in my behalf, God has so afforded me to be retired military. You know, I didn't have to report somebody's job. Before COVID, I was trying to start my own little business. I was doing pretty well until COVID hit. And you know, so nobody was buying nothing, you know. So
why you laugh like that?
I laugh because, you know, I thought I was doing really well. I was doing really well. I have a website up. I still have a website. Just don't try to buy nothing. Won't get nothing, you know.
What kind of wait, tell us about it. What
I was doing a little e-commerce business, selling watches and things like that. I have this one watch that I was actually had it made and had a prototype. And these guys in the searches saw it. They're like, "What is that big thing in your arm?" I had this black watch. I still have it here. But it's like a cell phone and a watch at the same time. You can do so much with it, a little bit more. And I was working with a manufacturing company as a prototype. I wanted to test it out for a year before I put my name on it, and I broke it out here in the desert. So,
no!
but I wouldn't have been able to sell it anyway because you know, like I said, the business flop. What I was trying to do is flop because of the wasn't getting no business. I wasn't getting no business. So just had to do what I had to do and try that. My goal was to start it back up again, and here I am in Arizona. So,
you get back to it. You just
I will. I don't give up. I have a practice what I preach. I tell my children a whole lot of things. I think there's some things I shared with Mr. Q. The reason why I stopped college, for instance. But some people still tell me to go ahead and even finish that up. You know, saying my major is computer engineering, and I really love that. That's my Oh my gosh, I just love math. Math is my
It's your
favorite
passion.
thing. Yeah, it's a passion
Yeah.
for me.
Mhm.
And I got discouraged because of things that happened in Afghanistan that kind of messed me up and caused me to drop. To make a long story short,
Got
and
you.
but I want to pick that back up again.
Mm-hmm.
And you should.
Oh
Yeah.
yes,
You got time. As long as you wake
Oh,
up
yeah.
every day, that's another chance. That's the
Oh
way I
yes,
look at it.
yes.
I'll be trying to cram so much into my little time. I'm like, oh, I have to tell my brain, go back to sleep for 2 more hours. It can
Right.
wait. It can wait, you know, trying to do so much, but it can
That's
wait.
right.
It can
Yeah.
wait.
That's
You're
right.
working on something much bigger now.
Yes.
And I mean, I just don't even know. I don't know the words to say because I'm so proud of you as a parent. And I don't know why it's so hard for other people to just do what comes so naturally. This is
Mhm.
what I say. And then people try to make you feel some kind of way because you're like, sorry, y'all, it's allergies. They make you feel some kind between the hair now, got my nose started. I have an allergy. Once my nose starts itching, you can forget it.
Yeah.
But you know, I always say what I would do. And then people say, well, you don't know until you're in those shoes. Everybody handles it differently. And I believe
Right.
that. But I would do what you are doing.
Right. I believe that too. Yes. Any parent. Right.
It seems like any parent should do it, just to me.
Oh yes.
That's how-
Oh yes.
Yeah.
And people ask me that all the time. Advice to give to other parents who have missing family members. I say they don't have to be children; it can be family members. Period.
Right.
And it'd be exactly that. Do not sit on your hand and think the police department is going to actually be doing the kind of work that you would expect them to do. Because it'd be easy. And I see you got my nose itching now.
I'm sorry.
It'd be
It's
easy.
bad. Those scratch it off.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn this camera off for a little while.
No, I'm just messing with you. But it'd be easy. I was watching her do it, and all of a sudden my nose.
It's the worst. I'm telling you. I actually have to get alcohol on a little piece of tissue, and then after like 5-10 minutes, it chills out. It's the worst.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So, but it'd just be easy for families to say, "I won't stop now." It'd be easy for families to.
I'm sorry.
But to sit back and think, and I'm saying I don't want to throw police under the bus. In other words, because I think there are good agencies out there that actually would do the job. But how you would really know, saying if you really love a person, well, I can't say if you really love a person because I know people love their person. Like I say, different people have things differently.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you want to have a better outcome, you have to be actually involved in your person's disappearance. Meaning,
Right.
don't just sit back and just ask, hey, calling every day and say, hey, look, have y'all gotten anything today? You heard anything or whatever? They can tell you anything on the phone. How you really would know what's really going on. So you have to really be engaged in your missing person, because you sit back, even though I know we paid law enforcement to do their job without tax money, but we don't know how that department works. I can imagine the police officers, if you was walking to the police department and do a tour and you walk around the office and you see them moving around like they're on an assembly line or they're at McDonald's or something, trying to work the drive-through, and they working these cases and looking like they're sweating and no, they probably sitting back drinking some coffee and probably having discussions or writing a little small report or something like that because they put people stuff in files. They're actually probably writing it off and putting it in a file and they get to it whenever they get to it. So the thing is, unless you really actively pushing these people to treat your case, like top number one, like you're looking for the president of the United States or something. If you're not making them do that, then they're not going to do it. I mean, that's my belief. It's not going to happen, and that's what I'm saying. And that's the reason why we have so many people out there now. You talk to some of these families, say, my person's been missing for 5 years, so I'm 20. Because they'll never really look for that person. They never really did. They never really put a real full effort into finding that person. And as time goes by, I'll be honest with you, that's the scary part for me and my son's situation. And I believe in miracles, but as statistic wise, as time goes by, it becomes harder, almost near impossible for them to find it because of things like that. They're not actually going to be looking, and that's the reason why.
Mm-hmm.
That makes
Yeah,
sense. You
and
know,
I've
the
always
question.
believed too. I've always believed too that every individual has a different perception of what reality is, and that
Right.
includes police officers.
Right.
They all don't think alike.
They don't. Right.
They all don't report alike. They try their best to follow the rules and regulations and guidelines of the laws that they are there to enforce.
That's right.
They do their best to be as accurate and as close as possible, but there is room for error.
Right.
And
That's it.
and looking at the case and everything else like that, we have to take a look, come right behind them, and make sure that they are not making any errors. And so
That's right.
far, this is what we're bumping into: all of these inconsistencies, irregularities, and errors.
Yeah, instead of fixing it, they're trying to correct it as in to make themselves look good. Instead of actually saying, hey, look, I messed up on this point here. We need to start this over and do it right. Something, instead of trying to, I guess, defend yourself. Just go ahead and do the right thing and get it going.
Right.
Yeah, stop worrying about your outward appearance.
Your image,
and just
right. Yes.
you'll look real good when you find him.
That's exactly. Yeah. It look good to me.
Let's work on
that. Yes.
Man, I cannot with those people. They better make it to that search. They better send some people. It's not going to be a good look for Buckeye if they don't respond to that letter. He said he got a little automated reply talking about he out. So if he out from the emails, I don't know how he gonna make it to the search, but maybe he gonna send a couple people. I certainly hope he does.
Right.
Yeah. So I guess at this point, what we can do, I'm on the phone tomorrow. That's for sure. Because I said to Miss Q, I says, I'll give it until 12 midnight, New York time, Eastern time. I'm going to check my email at 12 o'clock. And I'm looking for certain responses. And those responses that I didn't get back, I already have my list together. And I'll be on the phone following up tomorrow based on the emails that got sent out. And I'm starting with law enforcement first and work backwards toward the media.
Yeah, and I need to back you up on that too.
Yeah. And also I sent you the web link to the Buckeye, Arizona Police Department that's got that information based on their investigation, along with a separate picture of that Civil Air Patrol map. This way you can blow it up and make your markings or take your notations and things of that nature.
Sounds great to me. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. And then I can touch base with you. I'd like to do a conference call with Miss Q.
Yes.
With you. And I'm trying to determine whether we should wait until after the weekend search on Saturday and talk to you again on Sunday to give you plenty of time to prepare things, get things in order for Saturday. Let Saturday happen the way it's going to unfold. And then we'll have something on Sunday to talk about in reference to the results that you were able to get from both the city and the desert search. And likewise, the results that we were able to obtain based on the information that we're pursuing, because we are looking at certain aspects of the case, which include the rancher that I spoke to you about, and areas of the law enforcement emails. We'll be able to collaborate at that point to let you know if we've made contact with them or if they're going to follow up with you or whatever have you. We can give you that information at that time. I figured, we'd give it time to allow time to let those things happen, and then we can convene together and go over the information.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know why you looked like you had something else to say, David.
Oh, no, you probably I was reading one of the comments. The young lady was asking about I think it's a rock. I'm trying to figure out what she was saying too at the same time. About a rock, I believe it is. Some kind of club or something out of it. I can't really make out what she was really saying. But there's some of the questions out there.
Yeah. Miss Lynn, says, ask David around the area to see if there is a Rockhound club
Rockhound.
or
Rockhound.
Rockhound club or Libidary shop. Let them know where Daniel was found. Ask questions there and let them know where Daniel's vehicle was found. Okay.
What's a Rockhound club?
Rockhound club.
I had to look that up. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
either. No, it's probably something to do with ranchers and stuff, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it says it's a. She said it's a hobby for people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where does the reward go if people want to help? Because last I saw it was $10,000, but
Yes, it
I
is,
know.
yes.
How could anybody help increase that?
And that's what my attorney she's working on. She works with a lot of people for instance, the NFL and also the NBA, and she's trying to work with some of old clients to see if they're willing to pitch in some funds to help get that reward money up. Because we feel like if we can get it up to 100,000, for instance, that would encourage, I'm sure, someone who knows something to actually say something. Because I do actually get messages to me. I don't know how to take these things, but I get ransom letters. Messages. Y'all don't know.
Really?
Like I say, I got so much stuff come to my phone. I'm sure my phone even probably hacked or something. I don't know, but I get so many stuff in my phone that it's really ridiculous sometimes. Emails and things like that. People saying they got this for that. Hey, you give me $50,000 or something like that. I give you this information, things like that. So I get a lot. Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it.
Right.
Interesting.
So right now, that's all the things. Yes, just go through the tip line. Everything's payable through the tip line. I tried to ask Buckeye to pitch in. Chief Hall. Initially, he said, "Oh, I'll look into it," and then he came back and said he couldn't do it because something else give him hell because it's not a criminal investigation. So
and turn it into one.
So yeah,
because it ought to be.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, they could definitely help add to that. Thank you, Marley. I'm using alcohol right now, and the white old school alcohol. It works. It just takes a minute. It sucks. I don't know what it is. Only thing in the world that I am allergic to, and I don't know what it is.
Oh, okay. Somebody asked about your nose.
Yeah, Marley 13. She was saying use witch hazel to rub on it because I said I was going to use alcohol, but peroxide or alcohol will get rid. I don't know what it is. I mean, I could wash my whole face, dunk it in water, and it's still going to itch. But just get that alcohol or peroxide, 10 minutes, but I rub my nose until it's red like Rudolph. So.
Oh no.
I hate it because I don't know what causes it, so I can't stop it. And then I don't really have a remedy. Well, I guess I do because of the alcohol. You ready for another marathon, Miss Sherry? It looks like we about need one. Because 10,000 is a long way from 100,000. I tell you that right now. So, yeah, with a pin in that.
Yeah, so I guess we can definitely talk about the reward fund and the bank that is handling the reward fund.
Well, that's what I was just asking. Like, how would you donate? Where's the
right?
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying, right?
Yeah, because I saw it was 10,000, but I don't know how. If I wanted to put money in there, is it a link? Whatever. Just let us know and let's coordinate.
Okay. Yeah, talking to add to the reward that you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Work fund for you directly. Yeah. So we can drop that link along with the rest of them.
Okay, I'll get it.
Because once we have that information, we have that information, then we can begin posting that information directly on our community walls and get that information circulating. And anyone that wants to make a direct contribution, at least they'll have that information to know where to go.
That's very.
Or if we decide to do a marathon, because you never know.
Right. Yes.
I'm down.
Yeah. Well, you know me. I'm ready.
You ready? I know Scott said
I'm
he'd do it
ready.
anytime.
Yeah, we
Scott's
can
like,
get the
just
team
call.
together and say we're going to go for round 2.
And there will be.
Do a second marathon, round 2. Here's another case, and we need to jump on this, and just make it happen.
Yeah,
And see what we can do, and see what we can do in 10 days.
And with her, it was 10 days because I wish we had.
Yeah, there was a cutoff time
because of the vigil, and it gave us that.
Right.
But his birthday would have been a real nice. I mean, it's still, hey, we could do a birthday marathon and just run for whatever we can for. We could do 24 hours. We could do more. We're gonna brainstorm on this.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah.
Yep. So we can.
Sherry, I'll remember you, baby.
Activate that area too.
And I'm trying to remember it. It's shame on me. Somebody just told me the other day, I'm down for a marathon and I got the first $100. It was so cute. I can't remember who told me that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no, we want to help. Everybody does. Any way we can.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
All you can do sometimes is give somebody some money. Then damn it, you give them a few dollars and you feel better and it helps. Yeah. Period. You hope it helps anyway. You can't bring it.
Thank you for the birthday wishes. I see somebody said happy birthday, Daniel, happy 25th, you knew.
Yay, Tracy. Yep. And you knew's been giving him shout outs during the whole live for his 25th. She's gonna do something on her channel, I know, for his birthday. I talked to a creator friend of mine who's gonna be we talking to everybody, trying to get them put on the wall. I know that what you wanted, I shared with John, what you shared with me. Everybody who's willing on Daniel's birthday on the 14th, if you will change your profile picture.
Thanks for missing that. Yes.
Absolutely. You want to tell him since you're here?
No. You go ahead and do it. You got it.
Okay, I will.
I'm glad you remember. See, I even forgot about that. That's one of the things that we need to do, right?
No way. I got your back. I got you. What we would like is everybody who can just change your profile picture to Daniel's picture. Just for his birthday, the same way you see people who have Summer's photo for her, for their thumbnail or whatnot. And if you're a creator, do a community post, do a quick video shout out. Just let his name just overwhelm the algorithm, at least for a day. It's his day. It's the day he was brought to this earth. So it's what his dad would really like to see for his birthday.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. No doubt. I don't just be asking and getting in your business just to be in it. I have to see how I can help. So we want to do that. And we still will probably do something on our channel or hook up with something to just make sure his name is up there and lifted up.
Yeah, and then, it's out there.
I did put together something with the photos that you sent me. And in case we don't get back together, I do want to share it while you're here. But before I play it, I want to make sure that you have said everything on your heart, because the big part of this tonight was to chop it up.
That's right.
I told John everywhere he goes, it's question after question. And what about this? And what about that? We just wanted you to be able to talk amongst the questions. So in case we missed anything or talked over it, anything on your heart at all, you have to.
I can say this, and I really, like I say all the time, I thank everybody who's supporting, especially like yourselves, helping me through this journey, not everybody wake up one day and have a missing child or a missing loved one. So what are the odds of that happening in your family? We don't, things just happen that way. One thing I know is this journey that, people ask me all the time, how you keep your composure. And like I said, I try to remind myself of my son. Daniel, since he was a kid, he never gave up on the thing. And the pictures that I'm going to be putting out all week is, things with Daniel. Daniel, he's, like I say, he challenges everything. Don't never give up. I love my son, first of all. Some of the other things is I have his family. He have two grandmothers at home, suffering, calling me every other day, asking questions. You have a grandfather. You have aunties and uncles, of course, a mother and siblings. So these people are and then you can imagine the weight that's on my shoulders. I'm not asking for any kind of pity party. This is a journey that I'm doing for my son, but I can tell you it's hard for me sometimes not to be able to give my family answers, you know what I'm saying? And I do feel the weight of that a lot, you know. So people say, hey, how you keep your composure? Yeah, it's my son. And also the fact that I have God is number one. First of all, that I know for a fact anything that's happening where I was finally get national attention for my son in a sense, or get people to want to help out, that's all God's doing. That always helps me because when I see people show their love, and I mean, it's come out of nowhere, you know what I'm saying? Out in the desert every week, reporters ask me all the time, how can you have people still coming out to the desert right like this, right now, 22 weeks later, because of God. God put it on their heart. They see a need and these people come out. They help, you know, and I'm really grateful for every last one of them. That inspires me, you know what I'm saying? When I see these people come out and it's make me feel good, you know, people supporting a stranger, don't even know my son or me, and come out, that helps. And also my military experience, you know what I'm saying? I had to train, you know, so I'm a professional soldier. When I said on one of the interviews, it's a fact. We've been trained to, and you know, Miss Q, military, they train you to put your mission first. I don't know how to do it in the Air Force, but that's how we do it in the Army. Mission comes first. You know, and my son, when I left out there on the 24th, come out here to Arizona for my son and got here on the 26th, you know, I was on a mission. I put my thought on my son, and I'm like, look, this is my son. I'm not leaving him behind. That's some of the things we learned in the military, war ethos and
leaving no man behind.
Things like that. So yeah, you know, and that's what I've been trained. You know, put your emotions to the side, focus on your mission. Your mission comes first, and my son is my mission. So my feelings and my emotions, I do. And some people may, from a psychologist standpoint, I smile because I do have one volunteer. She's a psychologist, and she often try to find out and make sure I need to do my counseling, you know, saying the things like that. So now, I'm thinking about doing that while I'm here, because I was going to counseling through the VA and things like that. But, you know, to look out for your mental health also. But we've been trained to put those things aside just to complete our mission. And I rely on my training a lot too.
Yeah, but you do have to focus also. You know how important your mental health is, for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and withholding in all that you're holding in, you got to be able to let it out.
Yeah, it wants to sometimes, but I don't want to come out in the wrong way. So that's what I say. You see me lately, since I've been home, I'm able to laugh a little and smile or whatever. But you best believe there's a lot of other stuff behind that, you know.
I know it is. Every smile.
That's the way I can deal with it. Just try to deal with that. Yes.
You go to the gym, you don't get no punching bag or anything like that?
I need to. And I'm telling you something, if I give y'all some comparison picture, I was like, now I can see what happened to this dude. You know,
not physically.
Oh my gosh, I'm telling you, I had some.
David.
My little 14-year-old daughter, she don't
just something to punch on, not for your body or anything.
Okay, Jim.
Let out some aggression.
Okay. I thought you were talking about weight-wise.
Talking about a punching bag. Get a punching bag, 200-pound punching bag, and work it out.
Well, I can tell you what I really did since I've been here to relieve stress, and y'all probably like, I don't know, now that don't sound too right. But I do have gone to the range. I go to the range to shoot my AR and
range,
I go to range and pop off a couple rounds and things like that. And I would say that's a stress relief, but it's also is a training exercise for me in case I need that. It's also kind of help with stress level. And then also the fact that I have a gym right upstairs above me. And I know my life was before I came here was the gym. You know, I often go to gym. Like I said, a child don't lie to you. My little 14-year-old, I came back home for the holiday, say, Dad, you look smaller, you know. Like,
them kids don't play.
I'm not gonna lie to you. They just straight up honest. So I asked everybody, I said, yeah, you look good. You look good. And he's like, Dad, you look smaller. Small version of myself, you know. And that is because, you know, I haven't been going to the gym and things like that, but I know I need to. That is a stress reliever. And that's one of the biggest things I love to do is working out, running. I'm a runner and I like to work out.
I
So.
hate to run. Oh my God. I work out all day, but I'm not about to run. I'm sorry. Unless it's a dog chasing my ass, I'm out.
That's the wrong time to run right there.
I'm out. Jackie Joyner up in there. I'm telling you.
You're getting it.
Randy says shooting is a stress reliever for him too. Yeah, I can see that.
Thank you. I'm not the only one. Damn good. All right.
No, Randy's right in there with right there.
Yeah, that can also be therapeutic too. You know, I mean, it does cut some of the stress off and frees the mind from being engaged with the constant thoughts of stress. So now you have to refocus your mind and take aim, be safe, and hit your target at the same time. So it is a therapeutic, definitely.
Yeah, take your mind off things for a minute. Yeah, that makes. And you need to do that as often as humanly possible.
Okay.
So we are coming up on hour number 4.
Yeah, hour number 4. Yes, 4 hours. I forgot you.
You got that.
So I can imagine how late it's getting for you, Mr.
You're doing a marathon with us.
He know, John know he could go all night long. Let me stop. No, because, at this point, like I said, I just wanted to make sure that you said anything on your heart, because I know we see you moving around, making all these moves. And
yeah, it's a lot on my head. You can probably tell that.
I can. And I want you to know, we're here. We can listen just as much as we can talk. We don't always have to be picking your brain if you just need to say some shit.
That's right. I like how you said that. Yeah, say some
say some stuff. Yeah.
Because sometimes you have to. Like, I'm sorry. Look, I'm gonna turn it on. I hope I don't scratch my nose too much, but I'm just a realist about it. Like, I embrace how I feel, and that's how I'm not sitting around with a head full of gray hair. Okay, because I don't bottle that shit up. I don't pretend to be. I don't fake the funk. And I know you have to walk a certain walk because you're in the public eye.
Right.
I do get that. But to a certain extent at the same time, okay, it's been 7 damn months.
Yeah,
and
it's hard.
Okay,
it's harder and harder.
I have a little bit of a problem with that. You know what I mean?
Well, I can tell you this, though. What I tell my family when I was there, there's little small pockets of myself where I could find myself actually want to give up. When I say want to give up, not give up on Daniel, but it's so mentally hard sometimes, especially, I never think I would have to deal with the public and some things that comes with dealing with the public. People say and do things, everything is not always good. Everything I get is not always good versus, certain things I have to hear. Like, for instance, when I first called a POS and I didn't know what a POS is until I asked my church. And I wish I didn't ask that because, it's a little lingo I guess people use on social media.
Yeah.
And somebody called me a POS. I'm like, what's a POS?
Oh,
I thought it was positive. They say you're like you're a positive. I think it means like a positive person or something, but no.
Right.
And,
that's how we gonna call it.
And,
you were looking for the rest of the letters to go with positive. Like an abbreviation of the word positive. Is that it?
Oh, my children told me that. I'm like, really? I was like, oh my God. Why would a person say that? But anyway, it's a lot of things that go with that. And like I'm saying is, it's all I can say, some things on my mind is when people looking outside, looking in, and they say, it may look easy, but it's really not. When you constantly have to try to remember everything. I thank God for people like yourself. Again, like he's throwing that out because without people like you yourself, giving me this platform to talk, Ms. Q and Mr. Q, and to also do things like make these phone calls and stuff. I forget stuff. I forget things. I don't know it all. So I need those thoughts. Yeah. So a lot of times, I think when people say things negatively to me, I think they're thinking of me as a person that's supposed to be like some of these organizations, whether they're nonprofit or these social media people that get together and have these groups, and they've been doing stuff for I don't know how long, and they probably gather so much information by now It's only been 6 months for me that my son's been missing. I'm still learning about how the ins and out about investigating, ins and out about how to do a search. The first thing I did when I was out there in the desert before my son's vehicle was found, I was reaching out to John Walsh. I was able to get in touch with his people through CNN. They haven't hit me back up yet. I hope they do. But I've been the way I reached out to them first is not to get so much help as in anything else other than I wanted to talk to Wash myself, and I wanted him to give me the insides of how he did it, so I can do a better search for my son. From a person who has been through that experience before, and I can learn something because I'm a learner. You know what I'm saying? I'm not too big or think I'm too great to learn anything from anybody. So definitely. Mr. Q, I can talk all night again, so let's go ahead and
you're welcome to. You know that.
Don't you got the floor? Yeah, you say, okay, yeah.
I gave you the floor. I told you what I wanted to do. I just wanted to listen to you. I really do.
I'll just keep on going. Trust me. We're gonna have many times. One day, we're gonna have some talks, and I can really, say some things like what I really. But I can't say that I do have a lot on my head. A lot, There's been some times where, for instance, when I heard this PCP thing, you don't know how bad on live TV I feel like I want to say, what? Some kind of reaction. What I was really thinking in my head, but then I had to constantly deny myself of my own thoughts and reactions just to say make sure things happen a certain way. So it takes a lot to keep your composure on a lot of things. Like I said, people don't know. I don't have a time where I feel like I can grieve that my son. I'm hurt that my son is missing. I mean, and there's nothing wrong with me admitting that I'm really hurt that my son is missing, and it takes a lot for me not to break down off of that. I watch his mother do it. She's a mother. And like I said, she couldn't do the interview the other day because she said her eyes are so red from crying, just even thinking about her son.
I believe her.
Friday, his birthday is here. We had to deal with that. We had to deal with Thanksgiving. We had to deal with the Christmas holiday, the New Year's Day. I can't tell my son Happy New Year, and here it is his birthday. Coming up. So it's things back to back that keep digging at us as a family. Like we didn't have no missing people in our family. And I can't say God's been good to my family. We didn't have anybody die in our family since I was 5 years old. So, certain things for our family is a little different. We're real close people. We're believers in God. And, there's certain little things, and so it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard, the reality of not seeing Daniel.
It's got to be. I tried for just a minute today. A minute. I swear, David, I don't even think I made it a minute. I was just working on some stuff and I thought about my son, and for a minute I just tried to put myself in the mode of where you are, where I really didn't know where he was. Like I knew he was missing and I didn't know where he was. I didn't know if somebody was hurting him or what. I'm telling you, I might have made it 20 seconds. It was too much for my heart. It was just like, no, I'm not going to think that. I couldn't even think about it.
Yeah.
I'm not lying to you. I couldn't even think about it. So
because the uncertainty, it's the uncertainty of it that really digs deep, the not knowing part. It's a driver at the same time, because by us not knowing what happened to Daniel, where Daniel is, it forces us to go in that direction. To figure it out, to get some answers for that. So it drives. It's a booster in some cases, and then again, it leads you back to that not knowing place, and it has a very deep effect.
It does.
On your mind and on your body, on your spirit. But as you said, David, the love of Daniel is the overall power in this whole situation that's keeping you going.
Oh,
you
yes.
know, and
Yeah.
that's
thank
deep,
God
and
he
it's
had.
just good to know that we got that.
And
That's
please let his mother know.
Yeah.
Not that I matter in her world, but I understand because I
Yes.
couldn't even think about it. I couldn't even. So I understand her tears not wanting to stop and all of that.
Yeah, you know, Daniel was born. I think that he was born without one hand. We didn't know. I remember seeing him born. When he was born. I was about to say for the first time, like he was born multiple times. But
The first time when you first saw him.
when I first saw him, yeah, it was shocking. Of course, we had some indications that something was wrong because of what was going on inside her. And of course, I first saw that it was very hard, you know. But even at that moment when we named him, it's weird because, I never really we think about names and try to put it together. But his name, she allowed me to name him myself. And, normally with the other children we kind of, except for the oldest, he's my junior. So, but twins, we kind of broke them off. My children are mad at us today. They have a long name. I could tell you their whole name. They have very long names. And the way they were going through school, they had to spell those long names. But anyway, but it's just that with Daniel, she was like, hey, I go ahead and name him. And when I was naming him, I thought about Daniel in the Bible, and also Cornelius.
Yeah.
Right. And Cornelius was the most that stood out to me the most because Cornelius is a Gentile who has his name in a memorial in heaven, right? He's the first Gentile to be saved. So look in I think it was in the book of Acts, and I'm not going to preach tonight, but I'm just saying,
all right.
his name is significant, and it was very significant. And also Cornelius. And so when those names were given to me, I didn't really understand why. And then when, of course, like I said, he was born the way he was. When we started to understand some of the reasons why. And the fact that when Daniel was growing up, the first thing, I guess he was looking at his siblings and he noticed that he only had one hand.
Yeah.
His mother, she handled that. He went to her, Mom, why I only have one hand? And she told him that God has his hand, and he has a special hand, and God has it, and He's gonna give it back to him one day. So I think that kind of helped Daniel along when he got, as he was growing up. Like I said, he his mother and we debated on. We went to see some prosthetics for him as he was getting ready to go into school, and we quickly, Daniel. He whined and complained about those prosthetics. He did not like it. And I think his mom wanted him to wear it because of the cosmetic, and she wanted the kids to to make fun of him and things like that. But Daniel's like, no, he didn't. He just didn't want it. And eventually, as much as I tell her, hey, well, he don't want it, just don't let him have it. And she, no, he need to have it. And then it came to a point that she had to be like, well, he don't want it. We had to let it go.
Just take it off.
Daniel, he's confident in himself, and that goes back to what I'm saying to this date. Daniel was somehow he's a confident guy. What I'm saying? He's a very confident guy, and awesome. that might be people look at Daniel like, and I'll tell you, when he's growing up, he never got treated no different. Like what I expected from the rest of the people, respected from him. Saying no pity party and say, oh, he figured everything out from beating them to video games to whatever, Awesome. He figured it all out and he does it because to him it's normal, it's natural. He was born that way. And so it wasn't never a hindrance to him. Never. I haven't one time seen it being a hindrance where we had to babysit him on anything. So Daniel's been doing really well.
Did he have anything in his car that he needed to turn the wheel or anything like that? I never really.
Not at all. Not at all. Yes.
Wow.
I'm telling you, Daniel's an extraordinary guy. He's oh man, just he was fixing his vehicle. Me and him I just have a similar too. I used to like fixing vehicles, and I had them right up under that vehicle with me, learning how. Daughters too, they need to know too, because I have this thing.
Yes.
My daughters need to know how to take care of themselves, and don't
Yes.
the guy, And so something happened to their car on the side of the road, they can handle that,
Yes.
So,
Right.
I agree.
So so they get the basics about certain things, and Daniel was one of them. Get up on that car, and him and his brother, and I know he appreciated it now. He's whining, complaining. No, I just about everybody play. I kind of laugh. I just think about all kind of things. I remember when I got military. I know a bunch of stories, but I remember this one time he and his brother said, "Dad, I want to go to the gym with you." I said, "Oh yeah, y'all want to go to the gym with me? Wow, okay, let's go." I took him on post, and we was going to the gym on post, and I just got back from Afghanistan pretty much, and make a long story. It was somewhere in the military. I don't know if I was just back from one of the deployments, I know. And we was going to the gym, and overhand claps is one of the normal things we do in the military. And they couldn't do that, and I remember yelling at them, and like, you can't lift up your own arms, it's pretty much. I just know that they went home, and they was telling their mom behind my back. I didn't know, and she came up to me and said, "Dave, you need to take it easy on them boys." It's like, you went drill sergeant mode on them and things. But it's kind of funny because, I said, all they was doing is to lift their own arms. It's their arms, and trying to complain about lifting their own arms. God gave me them arms, you need to lift it, So it's one of those things. But, it's kind of memories, just fun memories with those boys.
Yeah.
So Daniel, just like I said, just so much. I just miss him a whole lot. I miss him a whole lot about every little thing, One of the things I do regret is a little before he went missing. I think it was probably been about a month before he went missing, and Daniel would sometimes say things that irritated me, And I said, Daniel, really, I'm saying things that irritate me. For instance, not using common sense. To be so brilliant, he's not using his common sense. Like, for instance, just with this whole case here, he'll spend the night on some woman's house he didn't know. That's the kind of thing that irritates me. He know me. He know how I am.
No better.
Like, your brain,
right.
And you just don't do that. That type of thing. But I would say I would give anything for him to irritate me right now with something that he always asks me. He would ask me all the time and question me, and I just miss those type things.
Right. The things that got under your skin. It's like,
yeah. Too brilliant to make that kind of, I mean, we all make mistakes. We make those mistakes, and but just sometimes you have to really think before you make a move. So
I mean, that's just human nature, though. I mean, shoot, I know I told my son a couple times, not right now, not right now. I mean, just don't beat yourself up. No.
Yes.
I see in his pictures, I said, Lord, this reminds me of my son, because I told him, can I just get one regular picture? Like, everything is a...
Oh, you're doing something.
Yep.
It's like, you're so handsome. Just take a picture. But I saw Daniel making some of his crazy faces. I said, I guess this is what boys do.
That's what they do, yeah.
Well, they gotta put their signatures on it in a special way. So this is me, and this is the way I'm going in this picture, and it is a signature.
I guess so.
You know that's your child when they do those, faces and things that just very memorable. It stays. It sticks in your heart and in your mind. And Amanda was I caught her in a picture one time, and she surprised me. She says, "Dad, take a picture." I said, "Okay." So I got the camera, and I got about maybe about 7 feet away from her because she wanted a full body shot. And she said, "Are you ready?" I said, "Yeah." "You ready?" And she said, "Yeah." So she smiled, and here I go aiming, because I'm waiting for the autofocus to actually, kick in. And you know what she did? She did a handstand the moment I snapped the picture.
Wow.
I said, well, okay, so you want me to take a picture of you standing, right? No, I wanted you to take a picture of me like that, And I said, okay. I caught the picture of her doing a handstand, and it was like, okay. It was a memorable moment that,
I was about
a
to say,
signature,
yeah.
if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they do something just totally unusual, but
Yeah.
it's the lovingly unusual that captured this moment.
That's
You
right.
see, I didn't get lovingly. I
Captured the
just
moment.
get. I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
I pictures later. I'm just like, please.
Yeah.
It's so funny because we'll have a whole reel of just. It's just like whatever, and then at the end, it's me going, "I tried."
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Not fighting
Because he's
it.
being himself. What can you do?
Yeah.
Just his
Well,
personality.
children will always remind you of who you are because
right.
they're a part of you.
That's right.
So
You see
if
yourself in
there's,
them.
yeah, if there's any reflection that our children can give to us, that's a reflection of us.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm showing this in the background. This is David's page that he created on Twitter for Daniel. Sorry, y'all, my nose ain't quite together.
Oh no, that's good.
It's just beautiful. 2 days before your 25th birthday, Daniel.
Wow.
Yes.
I think that's just beautiful. Let me see if I can make that bigger. I'm going to read it too. There you go. We're looking for you, baby. Let me read what you wrote. Okay. It says, geologist Daniel Cornelius Robinson went missing on June 23rd from his job site in Buckeye, Arizona, desert. I will be conducting the 22nd week of searches for him this weekend, a day after his birthday. I need your help. Please help find Daniel.com. Oh my gosh, y'all, I'm so sorry. There's another one down here, I thought. Yeah, here we go. January 14th, 2022, geologist Daniel Robinson, my son, will be 25 years old. Time has gone by since he was playing instruments with his junior high school to starting his career in geology. Daniel is a man of many talents. I miss him. We got some photos. In the band, what's that? The drum? What is that? I don't know my instruments.
This little trumpet.
The trumpet. Oh yeah, that's the one that. See,
The
how do you
one
do that? Now
Well,
he didn't have an
You
arm
think
at
about
the
the
time.
trombones, but he did trombone also.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, I really don't know my instrument.
That's more of a marching band type trumpets right there. If look at those.
The trumpet.
He did the French horn also.
Nice.
That was
Now
the
at
French
this
horn
time he has an arm here, right? Let me take this out of your face. At this time you guys were still kind of trying to get him to keep the arm, I see, right? Doesn't it? I think he has his prosthetic, or no? Not here.
No, he don't have it. No, he don't have it.
Really? Oh, okay. Okay, it looked like he did.
Yeah, by the time he made his high school, yeah, he did. Well, he do have one on that one there. You're right. Okay. Yes.
And this one, okay, this one he does.
Yes. So that probably was on that picture also. I didn't notice it. But yes.
He holding his arm though. He like, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, you don't really want it. Yeah, it's more kind of force it on him. Yes.
Oh, handsome dude. See, this is the heartbreaking part because all of our babies used to be babies, and so they grow up, and especially if they're gone. Even with mine being here, when I look at pictures like this, it's like, oh my God, that was my baby. So to have that moment, and to not know where he is. Still handsome, still a beautiful moment. Look at him. I can see the confidence right there. Look at that confidence. Yeah, he said, I played the trumpet. I did. I love it. And he looked like he got a little sweaty. That means he was really like,
getting on that game.
Yeah, I know. I used to be in the pep squad.
I was talking all about the band, So,
Oh yeah, it
sometimes you
sure
don't even
is.
watch the game, you know.
It sure is. I know. Well, see, I'm from Louisiana,
Mhm.
so Grambling State.
Oh yeah.
No, I know about them bands. Yes. He's such a handsome dude.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You
Oh
are
yeah,
welcome.
indeed, indeed.
So the video that I have is a slideshow that I put together, and I had to pray and pray and pray, literally pray on it to find the right song. And it's funny because all the songs I thought were right were not is not the ones that I ended up with. They were really good songs, but they just, I guess they didn't have the message and the mood and everything that I needed. And I ended up coming back to a song that it was played for Xavier Harrelson. I remember when they did his vigil all in orange out at the high school. We played it for Summer Wells plenty of times. So a lot of us, even in this room, know the song I'm talking about. John, you know, the rescue song.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I finally got to this, and now I knew about the song, but it was like number 5 or 6. And then I finally said, you know what, just listen to it again. Because that's what I was doing. You know, I had to pray first and I have to listen to it and feel it.
That's right.
And I listened to that song and I said, this is Daniel's song now. It's just one of those songs. It's going to be passed along. For one, we're talking about rescuing, right? And we need to rescue people that are lost. But the way she sings about sending out an army to find you, I all I see is David. I said, this is the song for Daniel and David. So that's the song I went with. I did find another rendition of it. Beautiful rendition. I believe the girl may be from Africa that's singing it. Mm-hmm. She did it on one of those sort of like an X Factor type of show. But she sang the hell out of it. And it's a beautiful song and it totally fits. And I think that the true crime community should really adopt this song for all of our missing ones, but especially when they have a father that is so invested as you are, really sending out that army to find their baby. So that's the song that I chose. And I'm trying not to get emotional. I hope that it doesn't make you emotional. It's just a collection of the pictures that you sent me. And before I play it, is there anything else that you would like to say? Because I think afterwards we'll just end it on that note. Because I might not be too much good.
Well, I want to tell you thank you in advance. I thank you so much for putting your work into it. I can imagine. I can see your heart, and I'm really grateful for you.
You're welcome. John, anything at all?
What? Say again.
Just checking to see if you want to say anything.
No, I'm in the moment right now.
All right, beautiful people. So let's check out this video for Daniel. Let's put some hearts in the chat and say happy birthday to this beautiful baby boy. We're saying it a little early, but it don't matter. And David, yes.
One quick thing, I apologize. I want to say thank you, Anna, real quick for changing that profile picture. I really appreciate that.
She did it already. Oh, yeah.
She did it already, and I wanted to say thank
you. Beautiful. Yes. Y'all, let's get some more of that going on for this baby. We can do it. It's easy. That's easy. And we can do a lot of other things. Check out the description. Everything you need is there. David will be in touch very soon. You know, you can call or text anytime. Let me go ahead and just play this for you. Okay, y'all. Sorry. Beautiful people in the chat. We will see y'all in the comments.
Thank you all.
Yes.
You're welcome. Very welcome.
Thank you all for coming.
Yep. We love you. God bless you, David Robinson.
We're with you.
There's so much hate going on in the world, so much pain, so much suffering. This is for those who need a rescue. You are not hidden. There's nothing that can hide. No one you feel it, you're not defenseless. I will be your shelter, I'll be your armor. I hear your whisper underneath your breath. I hear your SOS, your SOS. Send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. There is no distance that cannot be covered over and over. You're not defenseless. I'll be your shelter, I'll be your armor. I hear you whisper underneath your breath. I hear your SOS, your SOS. And I will send down an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. Oh, I will never stop marching to reach you in the middle of the hardest fight. It's true, I will rescue you. I hear your whisper underneath your breath. I hear your SOS, your SOS. And I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. Oh, I will never stop marching to reach
Wow.
That's beautiful.
Yes.
Happy birthday, Daniel. We will rescue you. You
I
won't
need
give
to
up.
share that. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Well, my pleasure. I'll send the link to you just so you have it for his mom and everything.
Yeah, that's thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
No need. Everybody, go kiss your babies and hold them close. We love you. Thank you all for coming out. Mr. Robinson, we got your back.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know that. Thank you.
We're here with you.
Yep. You're welcome. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, David.
You're very welcome.
Good night, Miss.
It feels like heaven when I look in your eyes. Something's coming over me, and there's nothing that could ever divide us. It's so simple. In darkness you're glowing, in hardships you're more than I need, and you make it seem like it's heaven.
Relationship after relationship. Until I met you, I was taking trips. Highs and lows, disguising those. Ill intent just to ride with hoes. Backseat love, it was meaningless. After crossing paths with you and seeing this, I must admit from my experience, had to slow it down, take it serious. Being with you is like heaven on earth. It's hard to devaluate knowing your worth. What's worse, being on a soul search to never have known love above that hurts. So every day above ground is a blessing. Life is a session, a school full of lessons. Every man ain't a man of impressions, yet I'm pressing on for that I'm destined in life.
As my stars align, I see me and you intertwine. The passion in my eyes still burn for you. I wonder if you're heaven sent too.
It feels like heaven when I look in your eyes. Something's coming over me, and there's nothing that could ever divide us. It's so simple. In darkness you're glowing, in hardships you're more than I need, and you make it seem like it's heaven.
In life, it's like there's a shortage on being real. So it's hard for me to tell you how I truly feel. Combining these emotions, I'm toting on this battlefield. Couldn't be a sad or display of zeal. Looking to the sky for some inspiration. Question why I lie to my generation. Why deny what I'm carrying inside? Why choose to confuse what is on the rise? So I sit in the disguise, all true confessions. I ain't gotta tell no lies. I ain't gotta break ties. Breaking the G code while looking in your eyes. I'm a man of my words, the plan is to surge. Gotta get past the curve. It's more than just an urge. It's more than physical, but got to calm my nerve. Hey.
The need to be loved, to feel authentic trust in you. No confusion, hearts are fusing. I just need you to be true.
It feels like heaven when I look in your eyes. Something's coming over me, and there's nothing that could ever divide us. It's so simple. In darkness you're glowing, in hardships you're more than I need, and you make it seem like it's heaven.